Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Prairie View Cricket Complex, field number 5. The action is heating up in the Central Division of the minor league season. Kings 11 Dallas MetroPlex Tracers are the top of the table, but believe me, that will change before the day is out. Today's match featuring the Dallas Xforia Giants, currently number 4 in your table, against the MetroPlex Tracers, who are number 2. And we'll talk about what that means as we go through the day. But believe me, things are becoming more and more exciting as we get through this session of play. By the way, we're looking for the start of the game here in about another 3 minutes as the MetroPlex Tracers winning the toss. Captain Shubham Ranjane choosing under very sunny, humid conditions to have a bat. The pitch, to me, looks very tricky. It's very grassy, especially toward the center of the pitch. You might get a little bit of sideways movement. You might get some uneven bounce. That's a good representation of it right there. But I'm expecting that the team batting first, again, under relatively tricky conditions, might negotiate those first few overs and then cut loose toward the end. My expectation is somewhere around 145, 150 for first inning score. We'll see how that holds up. There in your shot are the Dallas Xforia Giants. Once again, they are currently the number 4 team in the league, but number 4 team with 7 points. Number 1 team, Kings 11 Dallas, who just won about an hour away from here in Pearland. They have 10 points, so just 3 points separating the number 1 and the number 4 teams. And of course, when you win, that is worth 2 points. So put it this way, the Dallas Xforia Giants win today against the MetroPlex Tracers, who are currently in second spot with 8 points. They will essentially leapfrog them into that second place spot. And it all depends also on what the number 3 team in the division, that is the Chicago Kingsmen, what they do in their match that's about to get started a little bit further away from here, up I-45, I believe. In the meantime, the umpires are out. Umpires are Myron James and the McVin Frederick. Once again, just to repeat, the MetroPlex Tracers, having won the toss, deciding to have a bat. And there is your batting lineup. Aaron Tamala and Anch Boje opened the batting yesterday. Will do so again today. Joshua Trump, tremendous batter, coming in at 3. Captain Shubham Ranjane at 4. Matthew Trump, Joshua's twin brother, at 5. Gurnek Johal. Then Nush Kenjige, the evergreen Nush Kenjige, Darshan Haribabu, and the rest of the bowlers come in after that. For the Dallas Xforia Giants, Smith Patel, captain, Shahin Jahangir, big 100 in Dallas last week. Akarshik Gomel and Harmeet Singh, about the biggest or the strongest top 4 in the league. Beyond that, Parvez Ahuja, Rohan Raje, Arjun Mahesh, Ehsan Adil, Raza Hassan, Abhimanyu Paswal, and Yaqub Haidari, the youngster out of Afghanistan. We can talk more about him a little bit later. But in the meantime, the players have all made their way to the middle. The man at the bottom of your screen, that is Ehsan Adil, the former Pakistani opening bowler, these days making his living here in the U.S. And he will take the new ball off of the long run. Ehsan Adil explaining to us beforehand that he's a rhythm bowler. Anything less than a 30-yard run-up for him, and he might as well be a spinner, to paraphrase him. And he'll be going here against the openers who are now making their way to the middle again. Anch Boje and Aryan Tamala. Aryan Tamala, it looks like, will take first strike against Anch Boje. Against Ehsan Adil. Anch Boje, the non-striker, is actually the leading batter in the side. 193 runs for the dour left-hander. Aggressive, high score of 77, strike rate of 134, and an average of 38. That average of 38 doesn't exactly say what type of talent Anch Boje has. He's a tremendous, tremendous talent, and you can expect for him to be able to show that here. And then Aryan Tamala, not quite as highly ranked as Anch Boje, his partner. Aryan Tamala, currently the number 5 batter in the side, a total of 74 runs, high score of 42 with an average of 25. For me, the key to the MetroPlex Tracers getting off to a good start is Ange being as aggressive as he normally is, and then Arjen Tamala keeping up with him, not necessarily going stroke for stroke, but just being positive. Get the ball, pushing it into the gaps, look for those quick singles, and then Ange can also score, whether it be to quick singles or hitting 4s and 6s, which, as a relatively diminutive man, he's more than capable of doing. So, Essa Nadil is out of your picture right now, 30 yards away, but here he comes off the long run. First delivery to Arjen Tamala. What a great delivery. Extra bounce. That kicked up off of the surface. As I said, I expect for there to be a little bit of movement early. I expect for there to be some uneven bounce. There's a fair amount of grass on the wicket. You might just be able to see how grassy that surface is. And you'd like to think that these batters can apply themselves. One of the things that you've had in this country for so long, of course, is that most people play their cricket on artificial surfaces. Well, this gives you a chance to bat on a proper surface where you actually have to apply yourself and not just swing for the fences. So I think overall it's a good developmental tool as you get through the rest of this minor league season. Second ball coming up. Not surprising that Essa Nadil is bang on target. He is obviously one of the leading bowlers in the side, currently ranked number 3 in the side. I don't know that that gives you a good sense of the type of bowler that Essa Nadil is. That's 3 wickets on the season, conceded 114 runs, an economy rate much higher than he'd like for it to be, 9.5. Average is 38. All of those numbers, for me, give maybe a false impression of the bowler that Essa Nadil is. Very tall, about 6'4", 6'5", and very difficult to get away. Moves the ball off of the seam in both directions. And starting out bang on target here, the first 3 deliveries in over number 1 are dots. And I mentioned that he moves the ball off of the seam both directions. Balls are relatively full length, and for the most part he will move it off the seam. In other words, you can move the ball 2 ways. You can swing it through the air or you can move it off the seam. He tends to be more the off the seam type, and sometimes that can be much more difficult. And so we'll see how Essa Nadil delivers here to Arjen Tamala, who's just now of course getting started. 3 deliveries, no runs yet on the board. Hits him, I think that is high. Half-hearted appeal for leg before, but no chance really of that being given out LBW. But you continue with the really good start here from Essa Nadil. Take a look at this replay where this ball hits very close to the stumps as he does, and then it jags back off the seam. So that is not only high, but it's also missing leg in terms of the line. So no real chance of that being given out leg before, but absolutely brilliant start here with the ball, Essa Nadil. I don't know necessarily that you call him the clean-shaven Essa Nadil, but he has shaved his beard down just a little bit if you've seen him in the last few weeks. Boy, that ball is very difficult to score off of. Essa Nadil, for me, the most dangerous thing about him as a bowler is the movement off the seam. Look how closely he gets to the stumps at the non-striker's end. Essentially delivers wicket to wicket, but at very high pace. Look at this. Look how close he is to the stumps. That ball is coming right over the top, wicket to wicket, and then that ball dances off the seam. If it goes in, you have a chance of threatening the stumps or LBW. If it goes away, then that's why that first slip is in position. Akarshit Gomel, top left of your screen. So really difficult bowler to score off of, Essa Nadil. And it is a maiden to start with. Excellent stuff from the big man. 1 over in the books, no score on the board. One over in the books. New bowler coming from the southern end of the ground, the highway end, Highway 290 in the distance. And that man who will open the bowling from the highway end, well, in your picture right now, is Rohan Raje. Right arm over the wicket, bowling now to the left-handed Ansh Boje. Ansh Boje, the question to be asked is, will he have felt any pressure from not having seen any deliveries so far and having conceded a single and make that a maiden? Would he start feeling like he needs to be more aggressive than he ordinarily is? Watch for that here. Oh, looks for the big drive. Right arm over the wicket, bowling to the left-hander, so he's creating that angle, that ball, or that angle that is across the left-handed batter. Most batters do not like that, left-handed batters anyway. So look at the ball swinging in and then dancing away off the seam. That is a beautiful, beautiful delivery. And he'll want to do that because those are the types of deliveries that can have the left-hander in two minds, Ansh Boje. And you'll see, for one, that he will be reluctant to sort of play on the leg side with the ball coming from that angle. Flashes this away into the offside, though. So the first run of the day, just one. You have a sweeper out in the deep to be able to limit the damage. So an interesting field for the for the left-hander. You have a deep point, and then now for the right-hander, Aaron Tamala, there is a fielder dropping back to deep third, and then there's a deep square leg. So you're expecting a shorter length, possibly into the body, or possibly looking to induce that slash over the top of slip. So pay attention to the length that is being bowled here. I expect that it will be on the shorter side. Mid-on and mid-off are inside the circle, so you don't anticipate anything full to be driven down the ground. Great ball. Absolutely brilliant. Maybe a little bit of sideways movement on that one too. As we see, you're starting off with the bowling absolutely on top to start things here. Look at this delivery again. Dancing away. This one curling away in the air. He's doing it, Rohan Raje, sideways swing. Earlier, I talked about the fact that Ehsan Adil moves it off of the seam with pace. In other words, it pitches and deviates in both directions. Rohan Raje is a swing bowler, so he moves it in the air away from the right-handed batter, Aaron Tamala, and into the left-handed batter, Ansh Boje. So watch how that develops as the rest of the way. Cut away, and there's runs here. The outfield is a little thick, but that will sail away to the boundary for 4. So he's certainly bowling swing, but at that length, with the ball moving away, it presents an easy scoring opportunity for the right-hander. See how wide that is. Starting on off stump, swinging away, and from that length, I don't know if we can see that replay once again, because I think you've seen some evidence here that the ball is moving, but if you don't get it on the right length, then that could potentially be a scoring opportunity for the right-hander. So the first boundary of the day, starting off a little bit in the doldrums, but just seeing some signs in the last couple of deliveries that they're looking to start cutting loose. Oh, that's running away down the hill. That's going to be 4 more. Wait to see. There's a signal from umpire McVin Frederick. That was a little too straight, making the correction, overcorrection if you will, bowling too straight. And Aaron Tamala only too happy to step inside the line and help that down the leg side for boundaries. So a couple of scores, consecutive 4s here in over number 2. Rohan Raje getting the ball to swing, but all of the swing in the world does not mean anything if you're not getting it on the right line. And so let's see exactly how he can correct that line that he's bowling. As of right now, I think a little bit wayward in terms of lying and also in terms of length. Very full, driven square. That is deep third in position. So I think you've seen now some evidence that a really tight first over, but a couple of boundaries in this over have effectively served to take away some of that pressure. So 2 overs in the books, 10 runs coming from over number 2. The score is 10 without loss. Ten without loss. Essenadil 1 over in the books for him. He's now about to bowl his second third of the innings. Not conceded any runs yet, Essenadil, and he will continue bowling to Aryan Tamala. Deep square leg and the deep third are the 2 fielders outside the circle. At this stage of the innings, inside the power play, you can only have 2 fielders outside the circle, that 30-yard circle that goes around the screen. And so we'll see whether or not you can carry that on here. Oh, another good delivery. Looking quizzically at the pitch, Aryan Tamala, because that ball is bouncing much more than he's comfortable with. Aryan Tamala, my estimate of his height would be around 5'7", and Essenadil probably 6'4", 6'5". So that ball, it's not difficult for a bowler at that height to get a ball to bounce to a batter at that height, if that makes sense. So you're going to want to make sure that he stays essentially in the air where you want him to be, which is on the back foot. On the leg side, and this time a little bit too wide. The first wide of the day is signaled here by umpire Myron James. So you're off to a relatively decent start, conceded only still not able to get anything away here. Essenadil is exactly getting that ball in the right areas. Maybe if we get the chance after this ball, we can get a close-up at the screen and see if we can represent where on the pitch Essenadil's best bowling areas are. And maybe after this delivery, if we have that chance, Essenadil with a really long run-up from 35 yards away. So that might give us time to show you on the screen the areas that I'm referring to when I say that he becomes a very good bowler for that reason. What a great delivery. So if we can get a close-up of the screen of the pitch, take a look at this. See exactly where we're talking about. This area right here where Essenadil is delivering in. When he lands the ball in that range, he's exceptionally dangerous. So in this area right here, when he gets it in that range, it's full enough to be moving off the seam. Look at this. That ball just kind of blocked from that angle. Couldn't see exactly. But for me, when Essenadil is able to land the ball that close to the batters and then have it deviate off the seam, it becomes that much more difficult to play him. So pay attention to that as he gets through his spell, because he's now 9 deliveries into his spell and only 1 run has been scored off of him. And that 1 run has been a wide. So nothing off of Essenadil yet. You've gotten the 1 wide, but everything else has been bang on target. And take a look at this again. Just right in that particular area, maybe to the back end, maybe back here is back of a length. He's a little bit more dangerous. Here is a little bit fuller, but the sweet spot is right in this area. And when he gets the ball in that area, he becomes that much more difficult to score against. So we'll see how that develops the rest of the way. Hopefully that gives you some representation of what we're referring to when we say that he, as a seam bowler, can be very difficult to score against. Oh, now see what Aaron Tamal is trying to do, trying to hit himself out of trouble, wanting to come down the track a little bit and take a big swipe, still not able to get anything on it. So no runs off of the bat yet for Ehsan Adil. And again, at his height, bowling to both of these batters are relatively diminutive, probably both around 5'7", Aaron Tamala and Ansh Boje, and Ehsan Adil at 6'5", with that ball kicking off of the surface. They are experiencing, at least Aaron Tamala is so far, experiencing difficulty scoring off of him. Remember, coming in, Ehsan Adil's economy rate is over 9, so he's doing wonders for that economy rate here. Oh, played right back. Oh, look at this. Oh, a shot at the stumps at the striker's end. He could have had a run out at either end. Ultimately ends up being a single, if you can believe that. Well, look at this again. Look at the replay. Struck straight back, deflected off of the bowler's hand. Good for Ansh Boje to get back in his crease. That is very heads up on his opinion, on his part. But then Ehsan Adil here, a more accurate throw. Boy, he had enough time to throw it to the keeper. Smith Patel could have disturbed the stubs. That would have been, to me, a very tragic dismissal. But maybe Ehsan Adil rushing that one a little bit more than he had to. A very tumultuous end to over number 3. At the end of it, you get a single. The score is 11 without loss. So, new bowler into the attack. This is going to be Raza Hassan, left arm orthodox. Interesting move, left arm orthodox, bowling to the right-handed Aaron Tamala. Faced a few deliveries here, 9 from 15, but all of those 9 make that 8 of those 9 are from the bowling from this end. Different bowler, of course. We'll see exactly how he does here against the left arm orthodox bowler. Raza Hassan. Oh, looks to force this off the back foot. He might consider himself lucky that he did not bottom edge that onto his stumps. Aaron Tamala. A little bit of a risky shot. You want to make sure that you understand exactly how the ball is bouncing before you play cross-batted shots with the ball so close to you in terms of the line. That's a little bit better, just a little bit more width, and then a misfield, a backward point. The ball runs close to the boundary. There you see, stops short of the boundary by about a foot. So you're off to a relatively good start here from the standpoint of the Xforia Giants. Scoring rate 4.2. Earlier I said 145, 150 is probably a decent score. Obviously, as of this stage, 4.2 does not project to score anything above 84 is actually what the projected score is based on that scoring rate. And this pair is looking to get settled. All of the difficulty so far scoring off of Ehsan Adil. Scoring is a little bit easier coming from the southern end of the ground, the highway end. 10 runs came from over number 2. So far, 2 from over number 3. It is in the air and toward the leg side, and that goes away for 4. That's a good effort in the deep field at square leg. Moving to his left. Couldn't quite get over there in time, though. And another boundary to Aaron Tamala. So he drags this from outside the line of off stump. You'll see where he drags that ball from, and look at that effort in the deep. Just not quite there in time. So you get another 4. So all the runs in the world are coming from this end. And you're looking to see, obviously, Ehsan Adil limited to 4 overs, as are all the bowlers. As a captain, do you give Ehsan Adil another over here? Played into the offside, it's going to be a single. But back to that point, you want, of course, to keep restricting runs, but you also want to keep maybe 1 over back for Ehsan Adil at the back end of the innings in case you need him to bowl in the death overs, maybe somewhere between 16 and 20. So the question that you ask of yourself, Captain Harmeet Singh, do you want to capitalize on the good start that Ehsan Adil is having and keep him, or have him bowl right now to bowl a 3rd over where he restricts the batting? Or do you bring him or rest him now and maybe have him bowl his remaining 2 overs later in the innings? Again, probably at the death, maybe 16 and 18, maybe 17 and 19, 18 and 20, something like that. So that's a decision tree that we'll get the answer to within 1 delivery. 7 runs already from this over with 1 to come. Aaron Tamala and Ansh Boje off to a good start despite the fact that the scoring rate is only about 4.96. Solidly in defense here. That is the end of over number 4. MetroPlex Tracers choosing to bat first, or 19 without loss. So it's not often that you see a summer like that. Aaron Tamala, 17 from 21. Ansh Boje, 1 from 3. Ansh Boje, 1 run in 4 overs. You don't see that very often. Obviously, much of that is explained by the fact that he's only faced 3 balls. But he typically is the one at the top of the order who sets the tone, who essentially hits the ground running. And so the question that I posed a few minutes ago has just been answered. Rohan Raje, it appears, will be now bowling over number 5. He bowled the first over number 2. Ehsan Adil bowled overs 1 and 3. You will hold back 2 of Ehsan Adil's overs, as Rohan Raje will now bowl the penultimate over of the power play. The power play, of course, the first 6 overs. Rohan Raje, 1 over in the books, 10 runs coming from it, looking to improve on that. Played away to backward point. Youngster Arjun Mahesh, the captain of the USA U19 team that has made a spot in the World Cup early next year, if memory serves correctly, but tremendous effort by young Arjun Mahesh and the rest of the USA U19s. Arjun Mahesh is a wicket-keeper batter. He is one of 3 wicket-keeper batters in the side. The man actually with the gloves on is Smith Patel, former India U19 player. Also Shayan Jahangir, who only scored 100 the other day. This is played in the air to Harmeet Singh. No run there. Going back to the wicket-keeper batters, Shayan Jahangir, Arjun Mahesh, and Smith Patel. All 3 capable with the bats. All 3 capable behind the stumps. And so you have an embarrassment of riches in that position for the Xforia Giants. I would imagine that you'll have Shayan Jahangir and Smith Patel open the batting. You'll see them later on. A very exciting pair. And so far, just a single delivery bowled in this over so far. My sense is that you might just find scoring more, or I should say less difficult, after you've removed Ehsan Adil from the attack. But Rohan Raje is also a very good bowler. Feels like a run-out opportunity, but I tell you what, they were a little bit hesitant. But once Aaron Tamala realized that he was the one running to the danger end and he took control that provided the opportunity for a run. So the scoring is relatively slow. 4.62 projected score based on 4.62 runs per over is 92. 92 will not intimidate very many batting sides. You would think that something again around 140 is what you'd be aiming for if you are the Dallas Xforia. Make that the MetroPlex Tracers. If you go from this point at 7 runs and over, you will get to 130. 8 runs and over from here gets you to 145. 9 runs and over, and that would represent a pretty fast start from where you are right now. That would get you to 161. But there is some batting firepower. Shubham Ranjan, the captain, Joshua Trump, and Matthew Trump, the Trump brothers, are excellent, and all 3 can score very quickly. So I would worry less about the run rate at this stage and more about keeping wickets intact, because the more you compress this game, the longer this opening pair goes. As you look at this replay again, look at this. That is look at that ball. Maybe after this delivery, we take a look at that one again, because that ball deviated beautifully off the seam. So let's see what happens on this next delivery, but maybe we'll take a look at it one more time. There, that is such a beautiful ball. Talked about earlier, the right-handed fast bowler bowling over the wicket, creating that angle, going across the left-handed Ansh Bojje. Ansh Bojje looking to hit himself out of trouble. If we have time to go back to that previous delivery, I want to take a look at that again, a close-up of that, because it emphasizes the point that I was making. Look at this. This ball, if you freeze it, I'll tell you when to freeze it. Keep it going. Freeze it right there. So at this angle, the ball is coming on this trajectory, but then it moves away off the seam. So it pitches and it leaves the batter. Anytime you can do that as a right-handed bowler to a left-handed batter, that is a tremendous, tremendous approach. And for me, that justifies at least having one slip in position in addition to the keeper. 2 straight. He absolutely got that one 2 straight. Well, if the previous delivery was a perfect one on off stump jagging away, this one is toward the body of Ansh Bojje, and that's one thing you don't want to do from that angle. See that angle where that ball was? It was more on the stumps and it was swinging down. Those types of deliveries the left-hander loves, because he can get inside the line and help himself to runs over the leg side. So that shot spoils the over. Had been a really good over before that, but that's the end of over number 5, a fourth of the way through the innings, 26 without loss. So 5 overs in the books, a slow start, but as I said, I don't know necessarily that the MetroPlex Tracers will be as concerned with the start in terms of the runs that have been scored. You can always make it up on the back end. You have a tremendous batting lineup. That shot that you saw from Ansh Bojje tells you that he's more than capable of making up with a slow start. Back to Raza Hassan to bowl the last over of the power play. 26 runs on the board. Raza Hassan, 7 runs conceded in his 7 balls bowled. And so now you're starting to feel that the MetroPlex Tracers are extricating themselves from the vice grip that the bowling had them in earlier in the innings. This, of course, being the last over of the power play. Skied. I jinxed him. I absolutely jinxed him. Aaron Tamala committing the cardinal sin of playing across a turning ball. The left arm orthodox turning the ball away from him. I think he was aiming on the leg side. When the ball is turning away from you, that tends to be a risky shot, and that tells you all you need to see here. Look where the shot is. Look where the bat is coming from. absolutely playing that to the leg side. If you're looking to play on the leg side with the ball turning toward off, that presents easy catching opportunities. And Harmeet Singh, the brilliant cricketer that he is not going to drop that. So the first wicket falls. Aaron Tamala dismissed. A pretty simple catch for Harmeet Singh in the covers. Raza Hassan, the one taking the wicket. And the dismissal of the man walking off here, Aryan Tamala, tells you probably what he thinks about that choice of shots. So one right-hander comes and one goes. Aryan Tamala dismissed, 18 from 25. The man now in your screen is the young, exciting wicketkeeper batter, Joshua Trump. You will see his brother Matthew Trump later on, his twin brother. And when they're both on the field, it's pretty easy to tell them apart. Josh will be the one with gloves on when they're in the field. Matthew won't. But if they're both batting at the same time, but the only way to tell them apart is that they have different colored shoes on. But, however, you'll see here, 26 for 1. Look at this delivery again. And if we can see the other angle from the opposite end, I want to see the batter's face to show you something when he's batting, where he's looking to play that ball. To me, if he's looking to play that ball with the turn, then it's a safer shot. Look at this. If you are able to go here and then freeze it here, there. He's looking to play that on the leg side, to the right of your screen. But the ball is turning away from him. So you're playing to the leg side, the ball is turning to the offside. That's why the top edge was found, and that is why the wicket fell. Back to live action. Joshua Trump will not, I don't think, make that mistake. Joshua Trump is extremely strong through the offside. That delivery that dismissed Aryan Tamala is one that Joshua Trump routinely takes over the top of extra cover for 6. So pay attention to any deliveries that are tossed up in the air to Joshua Trump outside off. And that tells you all you need to see right there. Those are the balls that I'm talking about. Joshua Trump will play with the turn, and then you don't have the issue playing against the turn. That ball, instead of being popped up in the air for a catch, sails over the top of extra cover for 6. So pay attention to that, because if you give him that opportunity, look at this. It's a similar type of delivery that dismissed Aryan Tamala, but Joshua Trump playing with the turn. And that's what you want to see. Those are the ways that you handle, or that's the way that you handle the ball turning away from you. And I think Aryan Tamala will know, after having seen maybe the replay on that one, that that shot that Joshua Trump played is more like the one that he might have played had he had it to do all over again. Look at this again. Playing with the turn, playing intentionally on the opposite, on the offside, lifting it over extra cover. That becomes a much safer shot if he takes that same ball and tries to play it on the leg side. Again, that's against the turn, and you might get yourself in trouble. Last ball coming up, an eventful over so far. 33 runs on the board. Joshua Trump signaling that he's not in any way intimidated by the moment. And Ansh Boje facing the last ball of the power play. No single here. So productive over for the Dallas Xforia Giants to take the wicket of Aryan Tamala. But you do have Joshua Trump in the middle. Take a quick look at the highlights of the power play. And just a fast start by the bowlers. SN Adil in particular I thought was very good. A few shots played by Aryan Tamala where he got loose. But then this one here, oh, that's a 6 by Ansh Boje. That was the one we talked about with Aryan Tamala playing against the turn and Joshua Trump playing with the turn. The same ball. One delivers a wicket. The other goes for 6. So honors are probably even at this stage. 33 runs, 5.5 runs and over is below par. And 1 wicket down is certainly to the advantage of the batting side. But you do have a scenario now where the potential for runs easy, maybe not easy, but the potential for runs to score maybe a little bit more freely outside of the power play is what you have. This young man here is an interesting one to talk about. We'll talk about him in detail a little bit later, but this is Yaqub Haidari out of the Cricket for All showcase in Austin. Yaqub Haidari, it's a good young fast bowler. Couple of runs here. It's good effort. Joshua Trump finding the opportunity for that second run. So going back to Yaqub Haidari, you've seen him again. If you get on Highway 290 in the background and go toward Austin, it's about 130 or so miles. And he essentially came from relative obscurity, Yaqub Haidari, and is absolutely setting the minor leagues ablaze. Really good pace, good height. He can become a net bowler in the major leagues, so somebody who you think will be seen a lot of in the next several years. Got one run here. Is that one not quite timed appropriately by Joshua Trump? But you still have the opportunity to get a run. So a long way to go. You're certainly out of the power play. The point I was making earlier is that out of the power play, the field is a little bit more spread out and you have chances to pick up singles. If you look now inside the circle on the leg side, there is no one in front of square. So on the leg side, there is, in fact, there's nobody there's nobody inside the circle on the leg side at all. And as soon as I say that, fine leg starts coming inside the circle. So fine leg is inside the circle. You have a deep square leg, you have a deep mid wicket, and you have a long on. So 4 inside the circle, 4 on the leg side, 5 on the off side, and of the 4 on the leg side, 3 are on the circle. So you're expecting Ansh Bojay to access the area on the leg side, and this is helped into that short square leg or fine leg area for a single. So Ansh Bojay obviously opened the batting, still only with 7 runs against his name. In fact, 8 after that single. So it's hard to remember any other time that Ansh Bojay has batted through the entire power play and not yet had gotten into double figures. Leading batter in the side, as I mentioned, came in with 193 runs against his name in the series. Joshua Trump not far behind. We'll go through his figures shortly. Interesting looking shot by Joshua Trump. Almost looking to pull it on the leg side, just ending up tapping it back to the bowler. So Joshua Trump on the season, second leading batter in the side, 162 runs. There's a look at that again. Maybe bouncing a little bit more than Josh Trump was expecting. Anyway, go through his figures some more after this delivery. Goes down the ground, a single. So Joshua Trump coming in 5 matches, 162 runs, 250s, a high score of 61, very nice average 41, and a strike rate of 138. So somebody who can essentially bat within himself, but if he needs to hit big, and you saw that 6 over extra cover earlier, he's more than capable of doing that. So going into the last ball here of over number 7, 5 runs already in the over. Good over on the way for Yaqub Haidari. Here's the last ball. Okay, we'll wait a second. Ansh Bojay just getting himself settled. 8 from 8. Joshua Trump 11 from 7. And Yaqub Haidari himself, I think, fancies himself as being able to take a couple wickets here. Even though you're out of the power play, the ball isn't quite moving as much as it was earlier. You still get success as a bowler if you get the ball in the right areas. Back past the bowler, they'll get a single, and he will maintain or retain the strike. Ansh Bojay. End of over number 7, 39 for 1. 39 for 1. That bowler at the top stands out for me. Esan Adil, 2 overs, only conceded 2 runs. So an economy rate of 1 when the overall economy rate is 5.57 is tremendous. And obviously you saw where Harmeet Singh, the captain, removed him from the attack, likely because you're going to hold him back for later on for the death overs. My sense would be that you'd see Esan Adil bowling 2 of the final 5 overs in this innings. Change in bowling here. Abhimanyu Paswal, bowler, a little bit of a leg spin. Interesting decision here to bowl the leg spinner to the left-handed attacking batter. Ansh Boje, as a leg spinner, the ball turns into the left-hander. The boundary on the western side of the ground is 70 yards. So it's not a small boundary, but it's not tremendously large. And Ansh Boje has shown the ability to clear that rope. So this is an interesting matchup. Starts with a wide. It's a fast leg spinner, so you're not necessarily tossing it up. One of the reasons also why you have seen the leg spinner come from that end is because the wind is coming from the southwest. So if this ball is hit in the air on the leg side, in other words to the left of your screen, if it's hit in that direction, that's the direction from which the wind is coming. So another factor in the calculus made to bring in your leg spinner at this stage. It's interesting to see exactly how he goes here. If he chooses to toss one up, looking to go off the back foot, a very full delivery. I don't know that Ansh Boje would not be better off coming down the track, or not necessarily coming down the track, but playing off the front foot on that one. Playing back to a ball that full can sometimes get you in trouble. Similar delivery, similar type of shot. Ansh Boje walking away and saying something to himself. To me, these are deliveries that he should be reaching forward to. And let's see if he chooses to do that, because on that line and on that length, if you go forward, you stand a better chance of hitting it. This is a slightly shorter ball, so this can be worked off of the back foot into the leg side for a single. It's a good start for Abhimanyu Paswal. 5, make that 4 balls bowled in over number 8, 4 legal balls, 5 total. The first was a wide. Just 2 wides bowled in the innings so far, so relatively well bowled match for the bowlers from that perspective. But I think you want to take one of these 2 before the 10 over water break. Oh, cannot bowl that length. I tell you what, he may just have gotten away with that one that was short enough that Joshua Trump can typically put those away over mid-wicket for 6. So just conceding a single off of that might actually be a good thing. But I would not recommend bowling that length to Josh Trump. He generally makes you pay for those. Last ball coming up over number 8. Good over, just 3 runs coming from it. What does Ansh Boje do to this last ball? A similar type of shot, again going back to these full balls. Looks to force it off the back foot, not getting anything on it. And they're going to have a quick chat. It appears as though they're taking a water break. Are they? Yep. Normally they take the water break halfway or at the halfway stage. But we'll see exactly what happens here. In the meantime, until they get back to the action, we'll look at some of the highlights from earlier. That was a very nice 6 from Ansh Boje. That was the wicket. Clean catch by Harmeet Singh. And that 6 over extra cover tells you what you needed to be careful of as it relates to Joshua Trump. 42 runs on the board, and it was not an official water break. It doesn't look like it, because as of now, we, I believe, have 1 more over before we get to that stage. 9 overs bowled, actually 8 overs bowled, and 42 runs on the board. Back to you, Mr. Yaqub Hydari. as I started saying, it's the Cricket for All Academy. I think I screwed that up when I was saying it earlier. Cricket for All Academy in Austin is the entity where Yaqub Haidari is responsible for. Looking to play across the line, and he goes. Leg before wicket. Joshua Trump looking to find that area in the backward square leg region, going across the line, and umpire Myron James thinking that this would have plowed into leg stump. Let's take a look at the replay to see what we see. If we saw the same thing that he did, Myron James. So the replay will be coming up shortly, but that's a big wicket. Earlier I said that if you wanted to dominate or at least get back into this game, you wanted to get either one or both of these batters before the water break. Well, you've gotten a big fish, Joshua Trump. Look at this delivery. Wide of the crease, very wide of the crease actually. Coming in, you can see the stumps behind him. And, oh, this is a close one. This, for me, might be shaving leg stump is what Myron James is thinking. The shot that was played by Joshua Trump makes you think that that ball would not have been threatening the stumps. And again, I'm going to go back to how wide of the crease Yaqub Haidari was. For me, at best, you can say that might have been shaving the leg stump. This, take a look at this again. Look right here. If you freeze it, keep it going, freeze it here. Look how wide of the crease is. Look where the ball is. Keep it going. And from that angle, going down, yes, you can see the leg stump behind Joshua Trump right now, but at that angle, boy, to me, that is going down. I hate to disagree with the umpire. The umpire has one shot, has to look at it. We can slow it down, look at it from 3 or 4 different angles. This one, to me, is just slipping down the leg side. So Joshua Trump might feel hard done by. But as an umpire, your role is not to get every call right. The role is to manage the game appropriately. And part of managing the game now means going back to the action in the middle. Going back to the action in the middle. That includes the captain, Shubham Ranjane, making his way to the crease. Shubham Ranjane is the 3rd leading batter in the side. So it's the 3rd leading batter matched up with the 1st leading batter, Ansh Boje. Shubham Ranjane easily has the best strike rate for the season. 179 is his strike rate. So striking at almost 2 runs off every ball. Oh, look at that beautiful piece of fielding at backward point. That is great work. And that keeps probably 4 runs from being scored. So Shubham Ranjane, 143 runs on the season. 7 fours, 12 sixes, leads the side in sixes for the season. 150, high score 52. Average, though, is 47. And look at this again. Absolutely crushing that one. A great piece of work at backward point area to prevent that from going to the rope. Good delivery, going through, just letting that one go through to wicketkeeper Smith Patel. So, you know, you had a good start to the over, a dismissal of Joshua Trump. And in my mind, you don't get to restrict a good batting side without taking regular wickets. The idea here is that you're looking to restrict them from, let's say, getting away from you. The best way to do that is by taking wickets consistently. So now you're 3 deliveries into over number 9. Quick single, trouble at the non-striker's end. I'll tell you what, good strong throw just off of line, but I think that Abhimanyu Paswal, even though he fielded that well, that is probably safe. Let's see. Now, oh, this is very close. I'll tell you what, if this hits directly, number 1, he would have been out. Number 2, the reason why it would have been even close is because Shubham Ranjane does not run a straight line down the pitch. Actually deviates to the side. Look at this. If he's running straight down, he actually made it into a 23-yard run instead of a 22-yard run. And on a play that close, that could have made all the difference were it to be a direct hit. clipped away in the air towards square leg. This is Parvez Ahuja down at square leg to prevent that one from getting to the boundary. I don't know if we'll have the chance to look at that one more time, because look where Shubham Ranjane starts out running from. He's running down the pitch on the left side of your screen and then ends up sliding his bat on the right side of your screen. So he adds a good yard and a half to the distance that he had to run. Maybe we'll look at it either after this ball or after the over. So after the over, we'll take a look at that again. Single into the short backward square leg area. That's the end of the over. The score is 44 for 2. So let's take a look at that run out opportunity again. If you're running down the pitch, you want to be running down this line here. That becomes a straight line, and that's the best way of being able to essentially get to the other end. But Shubham Ranjane, this might not be the right replay, but he actually started out running down the pitch and then deviated and ended up sliding his bat on the opposite side. Let's see. Okay, here. Should be running down here, but then he deviates and runs in this direction. And if you go back to your high school geometry, that adds a good yard to a yard and a half that he had to cover, and that means that there easily, had that been a direct hit, he may have adjudged or may have been adjudged run out. So a little bit of work there, but we'll see exactly how it goes the rest of the way. One ball, make that one over, I think, remaining before the official water break. 45 runs on the board. 2 wickets down. At this stage, boy, I'm thinking even Stevens, if you will. Both teams are exactly where they want to be. You have taken 2 top order wickets, but from the standpoint of the MetroPlex Tracers, you have probably your 2 best batters at the wicket. In fact, Joshua Trump has been dismissed. So 2 of your best batters. Statistically, you might have the 2 best batters here. On reputation, certainly 2 of the top 3, put it that way. And you expect to get a lot of runs from this pair. So starting out with a single here, Abhimanyu Paswal to bowl his second over, the 10th of the innings. Just 5 bowlers used so far. Don't know if you'd introduce another ball into the attack at this stage. So you may go through the entire innings just using 5 bowlers. Of course, you can use minimum of 5. You can use everybody on the team can bowl with the exception of the keeper. But ultimately, you're limited to 4 overs each. So a minimum of 5. The strategy of the captain, who has not yet bowled, by the way, would be to bring in the fielders or the bowlers that you think would most appropriately match the situation. And as I say that, I am reminded of the fact that Harmeet Singh has not yet bowled. So there's Harmeet Singh in the middle of your screen right there, gesticulating. I forgot about him when I just said maybe you just go through with just these 5 bowlers. You obviously expect to see Harmeet Singh bring himself on at some point. Brilliant left-handed orthodox bowler. Good cricket, just dropping it into the leg side. I'll tell you what, that's a great piece of fielding. Look at that pickup by Harmeet Singh. That is something that you want to see. Sprinting across and just a clean pickup, firing at the stumps. Only had 1 stump to aim at from that angle, but still just telling Ansh Boje that he needs to be careful. Last 3 balls coming up. 3 singles to start over number 10. Last 3 in the 10th over. 48 runs on the board. So you have some makeup work to do. Abhimanyu Paswal, 6 runs conceded in his 3 delivers. Looking for the reverse sweep and actually executes it beautifully, Ansh Boje. That is lovely. So nobody in the deep behind square on the leg side. There is, behind the offside rather, there is a short third and a backward point. All you needed to do was bisect that pair, and there. That is a beautiful shot. There's the 2 fielders, and that runs away down the hill for 4. It's a good looking shot, and that gets you over 50 now. 52 for 2. Ansh Boje 16 from 17. Shubham Ranjane just getting started, 4 from 6. 2 balls remaining, I believe, before you have the first water break of the day. quick single. And that's what you want to see. Now, scoring has slowed down a little bit. It always does anytime you lose a wicket. Overall scoring rate is now 5.39. 5.39 projects to a score of 108. So from here to get to the areas that we were talking about earlier, 160 plus, that's probably not going to happen anymore. 9 and over from here gets you to 145, and that's a good delivery to close out over number 10. Let's see if we have the water break. I believe that we are. The score after 10 is 53 for 2. And looking at the umpires, I do believe that you are having that water break. So we'll go silent here for a few minutes. 53 for 2. We'll see what approach the MetroPlex Tracers have when they return in about 3 more minutes. See you shortly. Ten overs in the books, 10 more to come. 53 for 2. Down the leg side, yet another wide. This is going to be the third over being bowled by Yaqub Hydri. Well, I can tell you that it's not often that Ange Bolger bats through an entire half of the innings and does not yet have 20 runs to his name. Yaqub Haidari is bowling from very, very wide of the crease, at least to the left-hander, looking to exacerbate that angle across. Down the track, that's a good-looking stroke. A lot of work in the deep. This is Parvez Ahuja down at the boundary. I said Parvez, I mean Parvesh. My apologies, Parvesh. So starting out well here, a wide and then a single. So you want to put yourself in the position to accelerate. Going back to Yaqub Haidari, look at the angle at which he's bowling. Very wide of the crease. So to the right-hander, it calls a leg before wicket into question. To the left-hander, it's a dangerous angle because it's angled across, but it has to be on the right line. So we'll pay attention to that as we go through the rest of this match. Look at this replay again to the right-hander. Look how wide of the crease he is. Very wide of the crease. Look at his back foot. That is a very wide angle, and that is exacerbated by how wide he's coming. So that angle going in that direction, it's a good one if you get the ball in the right areas, but certainly you don't want it to be too straight. Good delivery going across him. Appeal for leg before. I tell you what, I'm sorry, appeal for catch behind. Umpire Myron James is unmoved. Part of the reason why Myron James is unmoved is because the keeper, Smith Patel, only started appealing after the ball went through and after his bowler appeal. Look at this ball moving off the seam. Great delivery. Absolutely brilliant delivery. If you want to go all the way back to somebody who old guys like me used to watch, Colin Croft, it's a typical type of Colin Croft delivery where it's from wide of the crease, angled in and straightening. And that's also a very difficult delivery to play. So, still looking to get started here. Shubham Ranjani. Yes, let's look at the slow motion of Yaqub Haidari's run-up once again. I keep talking about it, but it's a tremendously important part of the puzzle. Maybe we'll see it after this delivery, because part of the reason why he can be difficult is the angle at which he bowls. Wide of the crease, angling it in to the right-hander. He is about as wide as you can be without having it be a no ball. Now here, if you're wide of the crease is one thing, but if you don't get it on the right line, then Shubham Ranjana steps inside the line and helps himself to 4 runs. So maybe we'll kill 2 birds with one stone and look at this replay here, because look at this angle. From that angle, that ball has to be outside the line of off stump. If it's too straight, which is what you have here, then it goes away for 4. So wide angle that ends up on off stump is tricky to play. From a wide angle, but going down the leg side, essentially becomes free runs to a batter like Shubham Ranjana. Look at this again. That gives you the angle that you want to see. You want to see the ball there. If it's too wide, or sorry, if it's too much down the leg side, then that puts you in a difficult shot. Pull away into the deep. So a lot of activity all of a sudden here. A single to close out over number 11. The score after 11 is 60 for 2. So this becomes the part of the innings where things start getting interesting. Look at this run up again. Look at Yaqub Haidari. Look where he's running in from. Look, this is the angle that is created. Look where he delivers from. And the ball is coming from here and it's going that angle. If it ends up here, if the ball is going to end up here, then that becomes a good ball. If it's going to be in this area over here, then it's not quite such a good ball. So it's good to have that exacerbated angle, and that delivery right there is a good one. But if it's too straight going down the leg side, then that presents scoring opportunities. So going back to spin, Joshua Trump straight down the ground for a single. So things are getting more and more tricky here. One delivery into over number 12. By the way, we didn't announce that this is Harmeet Singh, who you know is eventually going to bring himself on. Bowling from the southern end of the ground, the highway end. Bowling now to the left-hander, bowling around the wicket, trying to create the angle going across him. Boy, that's down the leg side. Harmeet Singh gets away with this, because any other day there's some bat on this and it goes away for 6. So you know what he's trying to do, trying to keep the ball away from the hitting zone of Ansh Boje, but it has to be in the right place. Have to be maybe ending up at the toes of Ansh Boje from around the wicket. That first delivery was well down the leg side, and I think Harmeet Singh might consider himself lucky that Ansh Boje didn't put that away out of the ground. In the gap toward mid-wicket, long on coming around and cleaning up, so just a single. So you've gotten off to a relatively good start, all things considered here, Harmeet Singh. Do they want a single? They do want a single. That's good running between the wickets. And I believe that that's the end of over number 12. In fact, 1 ball remaining in over number 12. You have 64 runs on the board, or is it? Yep, 1 over remaining over number 12, despite what your scorebook says, or scorecard says. 1 ball remaining. Here is that last ball. Looking to work this one away. It will be Ansh Boje who will keep the strike, as this is played into the short leg side area. So 65 runs on the board. Make that 64, I believe, when the scoreboard gets caught up with us. But big picture, I believe that there is, after 12 overs, 64 runs, 2 wickets down. So things are getting more and more interesting as we progress into the 13th over of the innings. 12 overs in the books, 65 runs on the board. 9 runs and over from here gets you to 137. Yaqub Haidari, we've spoken about his bowling so far. This is going to be his last over. He's bowled a really good spell, Yaqub Haidari. First over that he bowled went for 6 runs. The second over went for only 3 runs. And then the third over went for 7. So a really good spell, and he is going to end that spell here, bowling to Ansh Boje. Hammered away for 6. Full toss. Once again, I jinx with the best of them. That ball was not the best ball that Yaqub Haidari has bowled so far. Full toss at the body of Ansh Boje, and he will help himself to these all day. Look at this from that angle. My goodness, that is a hit me ball. You want that ball to pitch, obviously. I think he tried a slower delivery, tried to go pace off, Anch Boje was ready for the low full toss and spanking it away over mid-wicket for 6. Let's see. What type of comeback does he have here, Yaqub Hydri? Advancing down the track. Oh, look at this. This is not going to be out, I don't think. Very interesting because the ball was struck right back in the direction of the bowler. Don't think it touched his hand. Hit the stumps at the non-strikers, and look at this. Yeah, nowhere near the bowler. Hits the stumps directly. And wanting to take off running was the captain. Now pay attention to this. Pay attention to this. If the wicket is already broken, you hit the stumps here. But if the wicket is already broken, just hitting the stumps is not enough. You have to pull one of the stumps out of the ground with the hand that's holding the ball. Some of that gets to be interesting. Some of it needs to be explained. That does not need to be explained. That's out of the ground for yet another 6 for Anch Boje. That is now up to 32 from 25. We might get back to that run out in a minute, but let's talk about Anch Boje, who was very slow, not through any fault of his, didn't have very many deliveries faced, but this is in the slot and he drills it well over the top. That goes out of the stadium for yet another 6. So huge strike, and Yaqub Hydri's last over is not going the way that he wants it to go. 12 from the first 3 balls. Anch Boje up to 32 from 25. In the air, this is going to be close to 6 more. Just landing short. Goes for 4. Boy, in that mid-wicket area, maybe not quite mid-wicket, maybe more like cow corner, but he gets the gap. There's a fielder at mid-wicket, there's a fielder at long on, places it between the two, and yet another boundary. So he's off to a fast start here. Anch Boje already with 16 runs in the over, last 2 to come, and Yaqub Hydri is being made to look ordinary in this is last over by Anch Boje. Slower delivery, and that's placed so elegantly. That might be the best of the lot. You see right there where the captain Shubham Ranjan is applauding, because this is not brute force. This is placement. Just placing it over the top of the captain at short extra cover, and it runs away for another boundary. This is expert batting. 20 runs from the over already. Last one to come. Easily the most expensive over of the innings for the MetroPlex Tracers, or I should say the most productive one of the innings for the MetroPlex Tracers, the most expensive for the Xforia Giants, and 1 ball remaining. Full toss, and he may just have gotten away with that. That will be a single to keep the strike. Anch Boje, a big over, 21 runs coming from it. Anch Boje moving up now to 41 from 28. He maintains the strike. The score is 86 for 2. Look at the highlights from this over. Anch Boje, for me, the best of those shots is one over extra cover for 4. That sounds goes against conventional thinking, where the best shot is not one that goes for 6. But Anch Boje now warming up to the task, 41 from 28. It is Harmeet Singh back into the attack. Now bowling over number 14. Boy, things are warming up. Clipped into the long on area. So Yaqub Hydri's last over goes for 21 runs. That spoils his figures. He really was looking excellent before that, but that last over essentially spoiled his figures, as I mentioned. Harmeet Singh looking to regain some sort of utility from this innings, because you now have a lot of runs to make up. The overall run rate, by the way, up now above 6. Started out with a dot and then a couple of singles here. So Ansh Boja back on strike. And Harmeet Singh in his second over is going to have to figure out a way to pull things back. That angle again around the wicket to the left-handed Ansh Boja. Should look for 2 here. No, in fact, they choose not to. Just a single down to square leg. This is a much more quiet over than the previous one. 4 make that 3 singles and a dot. And if you're Harmeet Singh, you start telling yourself, and as a matter of fact, right in front of us here, I see Ehsan Adil starting to warm up. So does he come back in and bowl over number 15? Perhaps. Swept away to the aforementioned Ehsan Adil. 4 straight singles. So pay attention to who bowls over number 15. Remember, Ehsan Adil, easily the best bowler on the day so far. And he has 2 overs remaining. So in theory, you would think that he would bowl over 15 and maybe 17. Pay attention to the way that develops the rest of the way. Last ball over 14. Good work in that short cover area, short extra cover. Arjun Mahesh, US U19 captain. And that is a dot, a much more quiet over. 4 runs coming from it. End of 14, 90 for 2. As mentioned, Ehsan Adil with the 35-yard run-up is about to bowl over number 15. Down to the last 36 balls. 9 and over gets you to 144. 10 and over gets you to 150. Of note, the current partnership is the largest partnership of the innings, unbroken as of now for 48. Ehsan Adil to Shubham Ranjan. This is an interesting matchup. Oh my goodness, lofted down the ground for 6. Ehsan Adil's 2 overs before this have cost a total of 2 runs. The first ball here goes for 6. Oh, look where he drags that ball from. So wide of the crease and playing it over the top of long on for 6. So brilliant strike to start things. Ehsan Adil has conceded 3 times the number of runs from that one shot as he did his previous 6 balls, make that previous 12 balls. So yes, the length that he bowls is excellent. Look where this one is. Look where the length is. It's honestly not a bad ball. It is not a bad ball. Shubham Ranjane, who leads the team in 6s, made that look like a much worse ball than it was. He dragged it from well outside the line of off stump and put it over the top of long on for 6. Watch the response. I suspect he'll pull the length back. Nope, goes for the Yorker, plays down the ground. What an absolutely brilliant shot that one is. Well, if the first one was a big slog over long on for 6, this is a proper cricket shot straight down the ground for 4. Watch this. High front arm. Bang down the ground and just past the bowler. I tell you what, had that flicked the hand of the bowler and gone onto the stumps, that would have been a dismissal at the non-striker's end. But that is ramrod straight. 10 runs from the first 2 balls in over number 15. Worked away into the square leg, make that mid-wicket area. So 11 from the first 3. I'll tell you what, it's a bit of a I think good-natured chat between Shubham Ranjane and Esanadil. Look where this ball goes. To me, he may have gotten away with one here, Esanadil. This is a low full toss. And in fact, no, take that back. That is a perfect Yorker. At that length, there's not a lot that you can do. Oh, that was the previous one that went down the ground for 4. Apologies. So that went for 4. I think the next one after that is the one that was a low full toss that ordinarily he would have done more damage with, Shubham Ranjane. Back to Ansh Bolje, 43 from 32. Didn't face Esanadil much. In fact, didn't face him at all in his first spell. Bouncer, that's got to be a wide ball. No, nothing from the umpire. So just signaled as 1 for the over. Ansh Bolje is quizzical. He is not a tall man. Earlier I said he's 5'7". He's probably not quite that tall. Look where this ball is bouncing over the top. We probably need to get a look. If we'll look at that again. From right here, that's, in fact, right here is where the ball is passing, right in that spot. And there is where the ball was. He's ducked all the way down, so that makes a difference. I'll talk about that some more in a minute. Oh, it's running way down the hill. Did that come off the edge of the bat? They'll get 4 runs or maybe 3 runs if they run hard. Coming back for the third is Shubham Ranjane. Watch the signal for umpire Myron James here. So if we can go back to that short ball, I want to take another look at this because look where Ansh Bolje, freeze it right there, freeze it. This spot right here is what the umpire is looking at. So now keep it going. And if the ball bounces over, to me, that just does look like it's above the height of the batter. Now, it's the height of the batter when he's in his normal standing position, not when he's ducked down. So that is a bit of a, you might not quite be able to understand it if you're looking at it when he's ducking. But the umpire is judging the height of the ball from when he's in his normal standing position. So that's what umpire McVin would have had to have considered. For me, this is very close, but it may just have been going over the top for wide. Pulled down to square leg or mid-wicket, single. A lot of activity all of a sudden. We didn't acknowledge it when it came up, but the 100 has come up in this over. 105 for 2 is your score with 5 overs remaining. Look at that second shot as we look at the boundaries from the last over. The second shot for me from Shubham Ranjane was a better one than the 6. Just high front arm, straight down the ground, and all in all 15 runs coming from that over. So you have another 30 balls remaining. Esanadil's first 2 overs went for 2 combined. His third over goes for 15. And all of a sudden, by the way, the partnership is now up to 63. Ansh Bolje, 46 from 34, is at the non-striker's end with the helmet off for the moment. Shubham Ranjane, 25 from 21. $105 for 2 is your score, and the less said about the man to my right, the better. Shubham Ranjane playing down the ground. This is long on in position. So Harmeet Singh, his role in the last 2 overs has been to recover from expensive overs. Over number 13 was an expensive one from Yaqub Haidery. It went for 21. Harmeet Singh responded with an over for 4 runs. Then over number 15, the one bowled just now from Esanadil, goes for 15 runs. And Harmeet Singh will be looking to, hopefully from his standpoint, stem the tide here again. Ansh Bolje, 46 from 34, back on strike. This partnership worth now 64 runs and counting. Played to mid-wicket. You'll have a single here. It almost appears as though they have resigned themselves to picking up singles off of Harmeet Singh and then attacking the other bowlers for the big shots. Shubham Ranjane, once again, leading the team in sixes, had 17 coming into this match. Oh, in the air, just lands short of the rope. It goes away for 4. Had it had 2 more feet on it, it would have gone for 6. It is in the gap, and it gets essentially not much risk in that shot. Harmeet Singh not turning it a whole lot from around the wicket. And I'll tell you what, if he misses that, Shubham Ranjane, that is dead in front of middle stump. But good hand-eye coordination from Shubham Ranjane. Now that one is gone for 6. What a shot over the top of mid-wicket. First a 4, then a 6. 12 from the over already. Earlier we were talking about the fact that 150 would have been a stretch. Well, look at this. Dragging it well outside the line of off stump and accessing that area over mid-wicket, sailing well away for 6. Last 2 balls coming up in the over, but again, 12 runs and the most expensive over Harmeet Singh has bowled so far. They may look for 2 here. Ehsan Adil coming in. No, they don't take on the big fast bowler's arm. Boy, a flurry of runs all of a sudden. 58 runs have come in the last 5 overs, including the one to come. And somehow Mangesh Chowdhury is taking claim for that. First the 4 there, and then the 6. Shubham Ranjane adding to his total number of 6s in the season. Looking really extremely dangerous at this point. And the last ball now to by Harmeet Singh to Ansh Bolje, who's on 47 from 35. Back to the bowler himself, no run. A really expensive over again though. So 58 runs coming from the last 5 overs, including 13 from that last one from the captain. End of over number 16. The score is 118 for 2. So the last 4 overs, Harmeet Singh, 3 overs, 22. His first 2 overs went for 9. So the scoring rate picking up. And after the expensive over from Ehsan Adil, there's going to be a different bowler. Rohan Raje, I believe, will be coming back into the attack. Rohan Raje has bowled 2 overs. Let's take a look at the boundaries from this last over. First one dragging it from outside, from the middle stump line. The second from outside off. First one was a 4. The second one had more oomph to it. It's a 6. By the way, if you're hitting in that direction, you're hitting it against the turn if it's a left-handed bowler, but you elevate the ball in the air. The wind coming in from the southwest is helping that ball carry, and the wind has just picked up in the last few minutes, and you just might see the shirt of the bat there, Shubham Ranjane, where it's blowing around a little bit, so you can tell that there's a little bit of wind around. Rohan Raje down the ground. Oh, one bounced the long off. I think Rohan Raje wanted to see the fielder down at long off, tried to give more effort, Akarshik Gomel, into trying to get to that one. In fairness to him, I don't think that there's any way he could have gotten there, and it's probably to his advantage to just be conservative and not have the ball go by you for 4. So the last 4 overs coming up, make that the last 3 overs and 5 balls. Single down the ground, partnership now worth 77. In theory, with Rohan Raje having 1 over left after this one, he could bowl over number 19 or over number 20. That still leaves you guessing who bowls over
120.
18
2 wickets.
and who's bowling number 20.
Yeah,
Around the leg side. Oh, helps it past short, fine leg. It's a misfield. And will it get to the boundary? Will not get to the boundary. Helped around the corner. That is Raza Hassan. And that's going to be a run out. Oh, how tragic. Absolutely tragic. Wanting to steal a third run. I don't know that that was on. And he's run out just short of his half century. Ansh Boje trying to stretch that third run to get to his 50. Here's the replay. Toss working it around the corner. Easy to. But making the decision here to go for the third. Oh, absolutely tragic. You don't need an instant replay or anything on that one. That is run out by 3 yards. Ansh Boje on the cusp of getting to a 50. Is run out for 49, and I feel it for him. An absolutely brilliant innings by Ansh Boje. Started slowly, accelerated beautifully, and just falls short of his half century. Ansh Boje, for the moment, regains his position as the top batter in the side, but that's not what he'll be thinking about right now. He'll be thinking about the fact that that run out just cost him a 50. Boy, that is cruel. This sport can be very cruel sometimes, and if you're looking to sort of judge how you go about constructing an innings, you can't construct an innings much better than the way that Ansh Boje just did. But he pays the price for it. Going for the third run, he's run out, and all of a sudden there's a new batter at the crease. Your eyes are not deceiving you. That is not Joshua Trump coming back for a second innings. That's his twin brother, Matthew, who is as accomplished a batter as his brother, but probably a little bit more of a power hitter, if you will. And with the number 1 6-hitter back on strike, you can see some action here. Bang down the ground for 6. Oh, I called it. The number 1 6-hitter does what you expect him to do, right down the ground. Now you see why he was going for that third run. I don't think Ansh Boje will be very happy with that, but there's why he wanted to get back on strike. Look where he hits this from, a 5th or maybe a 6th stump line, straight down the ground for 6. So Matthew Trump at the non-striker's end, obviously just watching the action from here, but with the big hitter, Shubham Ranjane on strike. We have a bit of a delay because the ball has been struck into that field just to the north of the ground, and it will take some fetching. In fact, they may just have gotten it back. Here comes the ball back onto the field of play. So a bit of a delay, but we're ready to go again. Still 3 balls to go in this over. But my goodness, look the strikes from Shubham Ranjane. This ball is well outside the line of off stump. He dragged it from probably a 6 stump line straight down the ground. Came in, Shubham Ranjane. I said 17 sixes earlier. I'm sorry, I misspoke. It was 12. But 12 sixes on the season goes up by a number here. As of right now, Shubham Ranjane has added 3 more sixes. So he's now up to 15 on the season. Matthew Trump, just 4 sixes on the season, but he hasn't batted very much. 74 total runs. Strike rate is an excellent 161. And now what does do here? Going around the wicket. Oh my goodness. Sprays it around the wicket. That's going to be wide. Rohan Raja trying to keep the ball out of the hitting zone. Trying to find that angle going across him. You don't mind that particular ploy. You want to keep it out of the hitting zone. But from that angle, you're going to not have to have the ball going that far outside off stump. Of course, going too wide here in the umpire. Myron James telling him he has to re-bowl that. Down the ground, 1 bounce, 2 bounces to Karshik Gomel. So Matthew Trump is now going to be on strike. 11 runs already from over number 17. Look at that score already up to 129. Your scoring rate has gone all the way up to 7.74. The projected scoring rate as of now, based on or the projected score based on that scoring rate, is 155. I think from here, Shubham Ranjan and Matthew Trump will be disappointed if they don't get past 160. So Rohan Raja being hit around a little bit here. Already 11 runs from the over. First two went for 17, but a lot more runs here. Matthew Trump down the crease. Interesting. The very first ball that he's facing, Matthew Trump is advancing down the wickets. If I'm Rohan Raja and I have it in me to bowl a short delivery, and all bowlers have a good memory, so you would have thought back to a couple of, in fact, last weekend when Matthew Trump was dismissed with a short ball off of his helmet, admittedly, but caught and given out caught. On that occasion, he was advancing down the track. I don't know that I don't bowl a short ball here to Matthew Trump, seeing him advance down the track. Of course, deep mid-wicket and deep square leg in position, so that would make that ploy even better. Very wide and given as wide. So that is wide number 6 on the day. And Rohan Raja. Yeah, let's look at that wide ball again. Let's see where he's bowling from. Very wide of the crease. And coming here, there. It's a little bit of outswing. And the ball, that is just that close. And it is probably landing right there. That's about where you see the ball landing and moving away. So it's a bit of a harsh call, but that wide line is a guideline for the umpires, and that's why he does what he does. Hit over the top of cover, going away for 4. Coming toward us here, Matthew Trump joining in on the party. That is 4 runs to close out yet another expensive over. 69 runs have come from the last 5 overs. So the scoring rate is picking up. The score after 17 is 134 for 3. Matthew Trump, as you see on that replay, probably slicing it a little bit. I don't know that he wanted it to go that square. His power stroke is in the V, straight down the ground, between maybe extra cover and cow corner. And that one going a little bit squarer than he would have intended, I think. Of course, he will say he meant it to go exactly in that direction. But doesn't matter where you intended it to go. It still becomes a productive shot. 4 runs to close out over number 17. The last 18 balls coming up, you would have to be targeting somewhere around 170 at this point, because 12 and over gets you to 170. You've scored at 14 and over for the last 5. Partnership now worth 92. This pair, oh, I'm sorry, not the previous partnership would have been the one I'm referring to. But as of right now, this partnership now starting to build. A third wicket falling when the score is 121. Welcome back to the Prairie View Cricket Complex. The technology gremlins got us for the last several minutes. Our apologies. But while we were gone, you missed some action. I really hate to tell you that you missed some action, but you missed a 52-run partnership from Matthew Trump and his captain, Shubham Ranjane. Shubham Ranjane ending up with 57 from 33, 3 fours and 4 sixes. Matthew Trump, 19 from 8 with 2 fours and a 6. Over number 16 went for 13 runs. Over 17 went for 16 runs. Over 18 went for 10 runs. Over 19 went for 19 runs. Over 20 went for 10 runs. So 68 runs from the last 5 overs. Tremendous ball striking from the middle order. And in an innings where we thought 140, 150 would be a good score, they go all the way to 173. So again, apologies for having missed the last several overs. I think we're back on now. So welcome back to the Prairie View Cricket Complex. Once again, apologies for the fact that we lost our feed toward the back end of that innings, and it will probably not make you feel any better to know that you missed some really clean hitting at the back end of the innings. Two names at the bottom of your screen, well, not the bottom of your screen, but the two names with the scores toward the right of your screen. 68 from 37 for the captain, Shubham Ranjane. 20 from 11 from Matthew Trump. Chipping in earlier on was Ansh Boje, who was unfortunately run out for 49, but they scored the majority of the runs. The bowling card ended up looking much worse than it started. SN Adil, eventually, economy rate of 9. His first 2 overs cost 2 runs, but was treated rudely the rest of the way. And then the other bowlers, of those bowlers, the best of them was probably Abhimanyu Poswal. 2 overs and economy rate of 5.5, but the other bowlers were expensive. And again, MetroPlex Tracers running away and hiding, getting up to 174. But defending 174 will not be easy. And the reason it will not be easy is because of the 2 men who are now walking to the middle. Shayan Jahangir and Smith Patel. 2 tremendous batters. And I will tell you, I mentioned earlier, Shayan Jahangir had 100 in last week's action, playing in Dallas or in Grand Prairie. Scored a brilliant 100 and finished it off with 2 sixes, so ended up with around 112 if I remember correctly. Smith Patel is actually the leading batter in the side, 189 runs, and he will open the batting. He'll be the first one to strike, opening with Shayan Jahangir at the non-striker's end. Shayan Jahangir being the second leading batter on the side. Interestingly, Smith Patel 189 runs. Shayan Jahangir 151 runs, 100 plus of them in 1 innings. The next leading batter is Parvez Ahuja with 55 in 5 matches. So that tells you that the majority of their batting efforts have relied heavily on the 2 opening batters. The bowler, bottom of your screen, Shubham Ranjane, looking to change that. Beautiful first delivery, an outswinger that just goes past Smith Patel's outside edge, and we're off and running. Dallas Xforia Giants need 174 runs to win. Look at this delivery. Beautifully bowled. If you were with us yesterday and you saw Shubham Ranjane bowling to the US and former New Zealand international Corey Anderson, you saw him clean bowling Corey Anderson with a beautiful in-swinger down the track. Look at this. I'll tell you what, he is not in any way looking to have that dosage repeated. Beat him at the first ball, the very next ball coming down the track and lofting him over the top for 6. So that replay tells the story. I don't know if we don't want to look at that one more time, because what I think is important to note is that Shubham Ranjane bowled the first delivery. It was on a good length, swinging away. But this next delivery, freeze it right there, go back, freeze it right there. This next ball is pitching about right here. If the ball is pitching right there, it has the opportunity to swing away. But because Smith Patel dances down the track, it doesn't have that much room to swing. And then he's able to climb into it and hit it over the top for 6. So that is good activity from Smith Patel. Interestingly, now you see that Joshua Trump, the keeper, is now up to the stumps. So it won't make Smith Patel's ego feel any better that he's not quick enough that the keeper doesn't feel the need to stand back. But what it does is take away the urge from Smith Patel to go running down the track. If you go running down the track and you miss, you're a candidate for stumping. And even though no fast bowler wants to see stumping beside his name, it is a very effective ploy if you're a keeper who's good enough. Played into the offside. Aaron Tamala sweeping on the offside. So a bit of activity to start this innings. You're needing to score at the rate of 8.7 to win this match. 8.7 runs and over throughout the entirety of the innings rather. And it will not be easy, but what does make it easier is the fact that you have two very aggressive batters. Now, as I highlighted a second ago, 1 and 2 are the batters at the crease right now, and there's a fair distance between 1 and 2 and 3. Shane Jahangir started last week when he got his 100 relatively slowly at 100 against the Kings 11 Dallas. Started slowly, if I remember correctly. He was 1 from his first 9, but warmed up beautifully, shifted through the gears, and then hit the ground running at the back end of the innings to get past 100. See whether or not he's able to recreate an innings in that vein as we get through the rest of this innings. First over is in the books, 8 without loss. So the man in your screen, Nush Kenjige, the long-serving stalwart left-arm orthodox for the U.S. Interesting matchup here. This is a national U.S. player versus a national U.S. player. Shane Jahangir facing up to his teammate Nush Kenjige, both featuring heavily for the U.S. in the World Cup from last year, and both representing the U.S. as recently as this past May. Excuse me. Playing in Florida in the Tri-Series between the U.S., Canada, and Oman. Quick single. What happened here? Not given. Umpire McVin says, nope, that's not out. Obviously, we have the ability to look at this a number of times, and look at it we will. Let's see what happens. It's played into the short mid-on area. Look at this. Pick up, throw. This tells the story. Oh, I would want to see this from the other angle. That is very close. It may just have been out. But we'll look at that again as we get through, when we get the chance. Okay, we'll take a look at it the rest of the way. With the spinner bowling, obviously, it becomes difficult to get through. Maybe we'll wait till the end of the over. We'll look at the play again. But it was very close. Ultimately, umpire McVin, Frederick, deciding that it was going to be short. So then a couple of dot balls after that. So 1 run already from the first 4 balls of the over. Good, miserly over by Nush Kenjige, who, by the way, is not only one of the best bowlers in the league, he's essentially the best bowler in the side. Played in the outfield, and that goes away for 4. So a little bit of width offered, and Smith Patel helps himself to 4 runs over the offside. Just a marginal amount of width, not a whole lot, but it goes away for 4. So I mentioned that Nush Kenjige is the best bowler in the side. 8 wickets on the season. Conceded 115 runs. So an economy rate of 6.16, which is absolutely brilliant. That 6.16 aided by a tremendous spell yesterday. So let's look back at that run out again. Here comes the play to mid-on. Clean pickup, throw to Noshkenjige, who collects and disturbs the stumps. That the crease does not extend all the way to the right, but if I am drawing a line, that is obviously very unofficial. But I am thinking that he may just be short of his crease. Once again, it is maybe a little bit harsh on the umpires because we have the opportunity to do all these replays and use the telestrator and all the other tricks that we have here. But to me, that was likely out. But anyway, we'll move on from that. It is now going to be Matthew Trump bowling, changing a bowler. We did this yesterday. The captain, Shubham Ranjane, choosing to go through all of his bowlers with relative ease. Let's see what we end up with here. Matthew Trump, oh, that is put away. That is a beautiful strike, and it goes all the way on the leg side, and there is the first 6 of the innings. Matthew Trump getting this one just a little too straight, and it is worked away into the deep for 6. Looking at the replay again, you see this here from this angle into the body of Shane Jahangir, and he is not going to need a second invitation to play that shot. So easily sailing over the top for 6. Now, the response from Matthew Trump is going to need to be a delivery that is on off stump and that is fuller than that one that he bowled. He can't bowl that length and certainly can't bowl that line, and the combination of both adds up to 3 runs. Oh, looks to play it off the back foot, intentionally looking to run it square or behind square. Shane Jahangir missing out on that shot. Matter of fact, we did not even acknowledge it when it came up. There was the penultimate ball of over number 2 went for 6. And so there have been a couple of 6s struck already in the innings. Make that 3 6s struck in the innings already. Matthew Trump, you saw him with the bat earlier, now with the ball trying to restrict Shane Jahangir and Smith Patel. It's a single to Shubham Ranjane at mid-off. So what you want to do here is just bear in mind that there are runs on the board. And with runs on the board, in many ways it can be liberating knowing that you're going for a target that is probably above par. So you can put away the tentative game and just be aggressive, which most times as a batter works out better for you. But Matthew Trump, after conceding a 6 on the second ball of this over, has come back relatively well. Just 1 run from the next 3 balls. And so now 1 ball remaining here in over number 3. Let's see whether or not he can finish off an over. Obviously still inside the power play, so the restrictions, field restrictions is still in place. Only 2 allowed outside the circle. Spanked away into the deep. That's catchable over the head of the fielder running back from mid-on. And they'll get 2 runs. That is Akhtar Shah running back from mid-on. Couldn't quite get to it. 2 runs to close out over number 3. 9 coming from the over. And the score after 3 is 24 without loss. .24 without loss. The current scoring rate is 8. Your required rate is 8.82. So you're falling behind just a touch, even with 3 6s having been struck already this early into the piece. Noshkenjige, first over, only went for 7. Has helped into the deep. 1 bounce in front of Matthew Trump. So as a bowler bowling inside the power play, over is It tells you that you have to be spot on, and not just any ball. If you're a spinner bowling inside the power play with only two fielders outside, the one is at mid wicket, the other is at long off. So plenty of scoring opportunities otherwise. And as a bowler, as a spinner, you have to be spot on with line and length. Interestingly now, fielder in the extra cover position has been pushed out deep into outside of the circle. Long off has been brought in inside the circle. Still have a deep mid wicket. Nosh Kenjige looking to score or cut off the big hitting areas. Quick single here. Darshan Haribabu, the man inside the circle. You saw Darshan Haribabu right here at the Houston Youth Premier League maybe not last weekend. It was 3 weekends ago right here on this very ground. And I will tell you that it becomes very heartwarming to see the efforts of all of these players who just graduated from the HYPL. Couple more runs here, played into the deep. Good looking shot by Smith Patel, who seems to be warming up. I'm sorry, by Shine Jahangir. Shine Jahangir, after 3 deliveries in over number 3, has 12 from 10. Smith Patel, 16 from 11. Nosh Kenjige already conceded 4 runs from this over. 7 from his first over number 2. You've gotten yourself in the position now. Yes, you have certainly a steep hill to climb. Required rates up to 8.88. But the same old story is, how do you eat an elephant? The answer is one bite at a time. You keep taking the singles when they present themselves. You punish the bad balls when they appear. You put yourself in the position to be able to set a platform and then launch later on. And that will be the thinking from this pair. Scoop shot, that's running close to the boundary. Won't get there. Darshan Haribabu after it. Couple more runs here to Smith Patel. So the outfield here in Prairie View is typically very fast. But just walking across it today, it has a little bit, just a touch more grass than it ordinarily would. So the typical Prairie View wickets or the typical Prairie View outfield, that last shot probably runs away for 4. Not quite so the case today. Just a little bit thicker than you ordinarily see it. This one is fired down the leg side. And that is the first wide of the innings. Nosh Kenjige still has 1 ball to bowl. 15 runs already from his spell. So a little bit more expensive today, Nosh Kenjige, than he was yesterday. Wanted to go for the big hit. Checked the shot at the last second. Smith Patel looks quizzically at umpire McVin Frederick, but all the looks at him will not change the fact that he did not think umpire Frederick that was going to be too wide. So end of the over, 8 coming from the over. The score after 4 is 32 without loss. So, bowling change. Akhtar Shah will take the ball, bowling from the Forest end. All of the bowlers in yesterday's game against the Kings 11 Dallas side were very good, with probably the exception of Akhtar Shah. Only bowled 1 over. The score is 32 without loss. And so, as I was saying, yesterday's match, Akhtar Shah only bowled 1 over, and he conceded 11 runs. Easily the most expensive of all the bowlers who bowled yesterday. So, in his mind, he will have some making up to do here. Even given that one over yesterday that he bowled, and he conceded 11 runs. He's still one of the better bowlers in the side. Fifth best bowler in the side. I'll go through his figures shortly. So Akhtar Shah, 4 wickets on the season, or 4 wickets in the season, 15 overs, 131 runs conceded, so his average of 32.75 can probably come down a little bit. 42 dots, which is good. Strike rate of 22.5, economy rate of 8.73. So 8.73 is not horrible, but if you concede 8.73 runs and over in this specific match, you will essentially contribute toward your team losing. And I don't mean that pejoratively. I mean that as a good strike bowler, he needs to be able to pull that average or that economy rate down just a little bit. So we'll see how he goes here the rest of the way. Starting out relatively expensively. 3 straight singles to start his spell. I say expensively, that's a little harsh. 3 singles, you're going at the rate of 6 and over. That essentially wins you the game. So I take back what I just said about being expensive, Akhtar. Hope you forgive me. Looks to slash this one away. Goes past the outside edge of Smith Patel's bat. Smith Patel, that shot showed more than urgency. It almost showed recklessness because the ball wasn't quite wide enough for you to be slashing. Look at this replay. Oh, I take that back. That was wide enough to be slashing, but he just missed it. Beaten for pace, Smith Patel. And with 2 balls remaining here in over number 4. Make that over number 5. Stroked away directly toward us here in the commentary area. The thick grass is working, but not even the thick grass can keep this from rolling over the boundary. Nash Kenjige and Ansh Boje both after it, neither one being able to catch up to that. So Akhtar Shah, now you could probably classify his efforts as being a little expensive. A little bit of width, you'll see that ball coming directly toward us here in the commentary area and just trickling over the rope. So this is the 5th over the innings. 7 balls remaining inside the power play. And off to a much faster start here. That's Xforia Giants. Oh, wants to cut this one away. Misses out on the attempted cut. That's a really good ball. 7 runs coming from the over. So it does make amends at the very end here, Akhtar Shah. End of 5, 39 without loss. .39 without loss. Nash Kenjige to continue. Last over the power play. So anytime you have a left-arm orthodox bowler, really a spinner of any kind who can bowl inside the power play, you know that is to your advantage. Bowling to Shayan Jahangir. 15 from 13. Into the deep, catchable. Look at Matthew Trump. What a brilliant take on the boundary. Coming in, running off of the boundary and diving forward, taking this one probably a couple of inches off the ground at near mid-wicket. The first wicket down. Matthew Trump takes the big catch. Nash Kenjige gets the big wicket of Shayan Jahangir. He's walking off relatively disappointed, but at the other end of it, it's the thrill of victory and agony of defeat, if you will. Nash Kenjige elated. He has taken the big fish, and one of the 2 big fishes is gone. Look at this again. Played into the deep. Didn't quite get a hold of it. And look at that effort from Matthew Trump. I said that it was off of 2 inches off the ground. Not quite that low, but maybe knee height. But you still have to take it. You still have to dive forward. And he did it with aplomb there, Matthew Trump. Not the best delivery that Nash Kenjige has ever bowled. It would look like a deucer. It looked like an unplayable ball in the scorebook. But essentially it was a long hop that was not handled well by Shine Jahangir. So, things now get interesting. I said earlier that one of the points about this team that needed to be paid attention to was its top four. Here we see that look again, played into the deep. Look at Nash Kenjige, not quite controlling it. And Shine Jahangir knows that it didn't quite get a hold of it. Opening himself up, see on that replay. But Matthew Trump, one of the best fielders, not just in the side, but in the minor league system completely. And Akarshit Gomel is now going to be on strike. Now, talked about the fact that the top four for the Xforia Giants was excellent. The third member of the top four is Akarshit Gomel. The fourth is Captain Harmeet Singh. Harmeet Singh likes to come in and play relatively carefree cricket, so I would not be surprised if another wicket were to fall quickly for Harmeet Singh to promote another batter in front of him and allow himself to come in later on to play with, I guess, a bit more autonomy, a bit more freedom. So here's Akarshit Gomel again. A few changes in the field. Short, fine leg. Deep mid wickets. Those are the two outside the circle. This again is the last over of the power play. Couple of slips in position too. Played off the back foot, backward point. Ansh Boje in that spot, no run. There you see top left of your screen. That is Ansh Boje at second slip. Captain Shobham Ranjani at first slip. So they're on the attack, wanting to make sure that you take the attack to the opposition. So left armor turning the ball away from the right-handed batter. Not surprising that you have a couple of slip fielders. Now, with the T20 match, that's very aggressive field setting. Don't have very many deliveries, of course, so you don't have much time to work out a batter. And with only 24 balls allowed for each bowler, you try essentially as much as possible to have them be wicket-taking balls. So, relatively aggressive field, but as I said, that the aggressive field is now gone and nobody at slip now. So let's see how that handles the rest of the way. Cut away, running away down the hill. That's going to be close to the boundary and get there now. Just a touch of width offered. Akarshit Gomel does not need an invitation to play that shot. And from the second that he played it, it was always going to be four. Look at this replay again. Very wide, just inside the wide guideline that the umpires use. Starting off in aggressive fashion, has to be said, Xforia Giants. Smith Patel joining with Akarshit Gomel. Skied here toward us. And in fact, that just missed my face. That... Matthew Trump thinks that's the quickest he's ever seen me move, and he's not far off. That ball missed my face by a good 3 inches. So I don't know if the camera caught that. That might make the highlights tonight. That shot brings up the 50, by the way. That ball... we'll see. I don't know if this got on the replay. We'll see that here maybe at the end of the over. We'll take a look to see if the camera caught that. So first a 4, then a 6. I think we may have a replay here worth looking at. That is the end of the over. 11 runs coming from the over. 50 without loss at the end of the power play. Let's see if this was caught. Let's see. Right toward me here in how that ball found that spot. I have no idea. Somehow, I have not moved that fast since somebody bowled a bouncer at me in the Houston Cricket League, I don't know, sometime back in the Reagan administration. But, of course, now we're zooming in. Okay, so, all right, we don't need to replay that anymore. 50 is the score after 6. Oh, 1 wicket down, Akarshik Gomel and Smith Patel. Smith Patel on 33 from 20. Akarshik Gomel 1 from 2. And I believe that for the most part I'm okay, but we'll see what happens the rest of the way. Anyway, change in bowling. This is going to be, I said a change, not a change. Akhtar Shah bowled over number 5. He's now coming back to bowl over number 7. Outside of the power play, not the worst over that he could have bowled. Just 7 runs conceded down the leg side, and he sprays this one down the leg side. You have to re-bowl that. So, after that bit of action, let's look at where the the last over highlights. That's pulled into the deep. Great catch here for Matthew Trump. Cut away there. That goes away for 6. And that's the one that ended up almost in my face, save for some evasive action at the last second. Akhtar Shah played away square. There is protection out there. Aryan Tamala on the boundary. So you're out of the power play. A lot more protection in the deep. Matthew Trump, long on. Sweeping on the leg side is Gurnak Singh Johal. Just talked about Aryan Tamala at square point on the boundary. And there's a long off and a long on. So 5 outside, 4 inside, going full defensive here. MetroPlex Tracers wanting to make sure that they cut off the boundary areas as much as possible. Oh, hit him with the short ball. Akhtar Shah bowled that one with pace, but I don't know that that's the best ball to bowl. There's tons of room in the deep. There's a huge gap between fine leg and square leg. And even though he's hurt here, see what happens here. Oh, this hits him in the stomach, it looks like. But at that length, that's a ball that Smith Patel can typically put away. So he may consider himself lucky, Akhtar Shah, to not have been dispatched away to the boundary on that one. Good representation of it again. If you have a short ball, you can use it sparingly as a surprise delivery. But I guarantee you that if he gets that same ball again, Smith Patel will do better with it than he got done on that occasion. So first the wide and then a couple of dots. So good start to the over effectively for Akhtar Shah. Slapped away Aryan Tamala on the boundary. That was hit off the middle of the bat like a rocket. But at least from the standpoint of the MetroPlex Tracers, it traveled so quickly to Aryan Tamala that there was only a chance for the Xforia Giants to get 1 run. So on balance, Akhtar Shah bowling a really good spell. 9 deliveries bowled, just 9 runs scored in his day so far. Bearing in mind that, again, the 1 over that he bowled yesterday conceded 11 runs and he was not reintroduced to the attack. So as a bowler, that tends to upset your concentration, maybe your confidence. But Akhtar Shah doing well here. Smoked toward us for 4. And every time it happens, as soon as I compliment a player, that happens. Drilled away through the covers. Really good stroke by Smith Patel. Kept it on the ground. No risk in that shot. And maybe just a touch too full by Akhtar Shah. The length of that ball as well as the width is what allowed Smith Patel to cash in. So he now moves up to 37 from 21. Interesting. We'll go through some comparisons here at the end of this over as to where the MetroPlex Tracers were at this equivalent stage in their innings, because it does make for interesting reading. In the meantime, partnership just now building. I think you've seen evidence that this pair has navigated a tricky start and looking to push on from here. Some more runs here, 4 of them. Just a bit of width again, and this time he plays it behind square. Smith Patel certainly with the opportunity to produce runs. Look at this ball again. Really, that's not as bad a ball as Smith Patel made that look. It just played up on his toes, angling the face of the bat to let that one go through behind point. So another 4 runs. Really good start here for Smith Patel, now into the 40s, 41 from 22. The last ball coming up here from Akhtar Shah. And as soon as I compliment him, Akhtar Shah, it starts being expensive. Looks to play it through the offside, misses, but a good over. 10 runs coming from it for the Dallas Xforia Giants. So after over number 7, the score is 60 for 1. So look at a few highlights here from the power play. Advancing down the track. Lovely up over the top. That was the first 6 struck. And then blasted through the offside for 4. Here, look at this catch by Matthew Trump. Diving forward, taking a good one. And that, for me, is a really good shot along with that one. And then, of course, the couple of shots that you saw here, that last one, was angling the bat to get it down into that deep backward point area. So, 60 runs. What I started saying a couple of deliveries ago was that to compare where each of these teams was. At the end of over number 7, the MetroPlex Tracers had all of 39 runs. So 39 runs in 7 overs. The Dallas Xforia Giants, after the same number of overs, have 60. So you're doing much better from that standpoint. And you just want to make sure that with wickets in hand, you're able to keep pushing toward the target. Having said that, this batting unit, even though they're very strong at the top 4, Dallas Xforia Giants, they don't bat quite as deep as the MetroPlex Tracers do. So going with a little bit of spin now, Arshil Rajendra. And more specifically, it's leg spin. So Arshil Rajendra will be looking to turn the ball away from these 2 righties. Backward point, no run. Nash Kenjige, you'll see him at that spot, which he's made his own over the years, not just in these tournaments, but at the national level. Excellent fielder at that spot. Played square, a lot of work for the sweeper. Coming back for the second. And they will get there. So partnership just now building a little bit more. Gotten yourself into the position now where after the first wicket partnership of 39, second wicket partnership is now building up to 23. Big picture, you need another 112 runs in 76 balls. So needing to go at the rate of almost 9 and over. This will help down toward the boundary for 4. So maybe just a touch more width than he would be comfortable with. Arshil Rajendra, look at this again. It starts on a 4th stump line and it doesn't turn a whole lot, but the little bit of turn that there was is away from the right-hander. So not much in terms of threat for those types of deliveries. And you're going to want it to be a lot straighter. Wanting it to be on off stump and then turning away is what the ideal type of delivery would look like. Arshil Rajendra back to the bowler, in fact back past the bowler. A single here. So you're looking here at a partnership that is just now starting to grow up to 28. It is 28 runs after a first wicket partnership of 39. So you're looking to see how you can keep building. And Smith Patel spanked down the ground. Akarshik Gomel get a single here. So as I was saying, you're looking at a partnership that's just now starting to build. 29 is what it's worth. Smith Patel, 42 from 24. Akarshik Gomel, a run a ball 9. And that is a single to close out over number 8. 9 runs coming from the over. 69 runs on the board. At this equivalent stage, the MetroPlex Tracers were 42, so you're ahead of the game there. By that measure, anyway. 101, make that 105 needed in the next 72 balls. Score is 69 for 1. $69 for 1, and it is Matthew Trump who is about to bowl his second over. Matthew Trump's first over went for 9, so he'll want to improve on that just a little bit. And 9 does not sound like a whole lot, but bearing in mind that the required rate is 8.75, so if the entire bowling unit gives up 9 runs and over from here, they will have lost the game. So it's going to be up to them to sort of pull things back just a little bit. Matthew Trump smoked past Shubham Ranjane, and a lot of work for Ansh Boja in the deep. Gets there well, and that's a couple of runs. Tell you what, that's a good piece of fielding. Saves 2 runs there, Ansh Boja. For me, that is almost certainly going to the boundary, but it does enough to pull it back. So Matthew Trump wanting to get this ball in the right areas. For me, the last couple were a little too wide and a little too full. Right in front, gone. Well, that one was not wide, it certainly was full, and in the judgment of umpire Myron James, clanging into the stumps. The replay will tell us what we need to see here, but that is a big wicket. That is the end of Smith Patel. Oh, look at this. Oh, this is, for me, dead straight. That is hitting the top of Midland leg. That is a good decision. Look at the celebration from Joshua Trump, given what his brother Matthew just did, getting the big wicket. I think if you give Smith Patel the chance to play that shot again, he plays a shot in the V instead of going across the line. Look at this replay again when we get the chance, because for me, he's looking to play on the leg side. The ball is on the stumps, and he had a good start. And my apologies, that's actually Akarshik Gomel who's been dismissed. We'll get that sorted out exactly in a second. I thought that was Akarshik Gomel who was still at the wicket, but we'll see. Yes, it is Akarshik Gomel who is still at the wicket, I believe. Smith Patel is the man who's been dismissed. And we'll get that straightened out as soon as possible. Looking at the scorecard, it can be deceptive. Let's just say we don't have a dedicated scorer and the scoring is being done by committee. But in fact, Akarshik Gomel is still at the crease. Smith Patel has been dismissed. And the new batter making his way to the crease now will be settling in. This is going to be Parvesh Ahuja. So Parvez Ahuja at the crease, about to take strike. Matthew Trump will have been buoyed by the success from that ball. So that partnership was building. It was being a little bit annoying, but the fall of that wicket puts you right back in the thick of things, Metroplex Tracers. So if we can get the opportunity to look at that dismissal again, I really would like to see what that looks like up close, because look at this. Look where this ball is pitching. It's pitching right on middle stump, and from that angle going on to me to hit middle and leg there. Going on to hit middle and leg from that angle, that's not very difficult to visualize given where that ball started. Again, look where the ball pitches, and from that angle for me going on to hit middle and leg, that for me is a great ball from Matthew Trump. Remember I had said the previous delivery that it was too wide. Well, he straightened up the length, got it straight enough, and certainly for me traps Smith Patel in front, Karshik Gomel at the non-striker's end. Parvesh Ahuja is the man on strike. This is going to be... In fact, I missed a single. My apologies. So you have a double, then a wicket, and then a dot, and then a single, and then that leg by that you just saw. So a lot of activity all of a sudden, but big picture, you've already taken a big wicket here, the big wicket of Smith Patel, leading batter in the side. And after you've gotten through Smith Patel, not to mention also Shayan Jahangir, you're struggling a little bit here. Dallas Xforia Giants 73 for 2. Some more leg spin. Arshil Rajendra. Good first over. First over from Arshil Rajendra going for 9. Good in the sense that, yes, he gave up a 4, but just singles the rest of the way. And for me, if he gets it in the right areas as a leg spinner with the ball spinning away from the two righties, that's who you want to be bowling at this stage of the innings. Now, you cannot sleep on Karshik Gomel. He's a very dangerous hitter. And that's played just past the bowler. And not only is he a dangerous hitter, he's a very intelligent hitter. So you'll know that, for example, at the end of over number 9, the MetroPlex Tracers only had 45 runs, and they ended up with 174. So you certainly can accelerate. Oh, look at this. Oh, I don't think that that's out. And I want to see that again, because for me, if this is collected and the stump's disturbed, that is a wicket. But he does not collect the ball. He breaks the stumps at the non-striker's end. But look at this. Play it into the offside. Good clean pickup. How athletic a play is that? But this end here, he does not collect the ball. And so his hand breaks the stumps there. Boy, look how far out of his crease Parvesh Ahuja would have been. But needless to say, you need to break the stumps with the ball in your hand. He was not able to do that, Arshil Rajendra. So a couple of tricky situations there. In my mind, you should have already had a wicket just now, because that should have been a wicket, but not quite able to collect it. 2 runs there. I want to see again. I'm not sure why the scoreboard shows that 2 runs scored on that second delivery. Played it into the offside. Oh, that gets by Anj Boje. Good piece of work. It's a single. So just 2 balls remaining here in over number 10. I want to verify that score. I believe that the second ball of this over, only 1 run was scored. It shows 2 on the scorecard. Let's see what happens the rest of the way here. Spanked down the ground, and it goes for 4. So he cannot bowl that length. He will maul you, Parvez Ahuja. Goes for 4 straight down the ground. You want to get that ball a little bit straighter and maybe just a little bit shorter so it's not in the driving range. And we'll see exactly what happens. I believe you'll have a water break after this ball. Tries to go for the big hit. Played into the offside. This is excellent work. And again, I believe this is Gurnak Singh Johal. Played into the offside for a single. Should be 1 ball remaining. believe the umpires are confirming exactly that. Nope, not one ball remaining. It is in fact the end of the water break. Well, the water break is upon us, so a short break for us. Quick look at the scorecard. Dominated at top, Smith Patel, LBW Matthew Trump, 44 from 30. Bunch of double-digit scores after that, but still a little bit of work to do to get to 174. So we'll take a break with the players. We'll be back shortly. So halfway through the chase, 85 for 2. Very close match. 89 runs needed from the next 60 balls. Bearing in mind at the end of over number 10, the MetroPlex Tracers had 53 runs to their name. So Shubham Ranjane realizes the importance of keeping the Dallas Xforia Giants quiet. He's now coming back for his second over. He's only bowled one over so far. The first over of the innings, it went for 8 runs. As the captain and the premier strike bowler, Shubham Ranjane is going to have to be judicious about where to bowl himself. In the air. Oh, it is dropped. Oh, he will tell you that he should have taken that catch. His reaction tells you all that you need to see. It was very catchable, stayed in the air for a very long time, but that is put down. That will be very disappointing. To his left, that to me is very catchable. That is Ansh Boje, and he'll be disappointed with that effort. Saw it all the way. It was coming directly toward us here in the commentary area. So that very much is a catchable ball. And he'll be disappointed with that effort, Ansh Boje. So a couple of runs and then a single into the deep. But I don't know if we have the chance to see that once more, because for me, that's coming to his left. He's a right-handed fielder, left-handed batter, but right-handed fielder. So that would have made it that much more difficult. But boy, at this level, that is a catch that Ansh Boje, I think, will tell you that he should have taken. Great delivery, goes past the outside edge. So 4 deliveries into over number 11. Should have had a wicket. Ends up just being 3 runs from the over so far. And just the disappointment that you saw in Ange Boje's face tells you that he believes that he should have taken that. So back to Shubham Ranjane. 2 overs left after this one for him. Where does he bowl himself? Quick single. Back to Ange Boje. If you have a bad day in the field, that ball tends to follow you. But he does well here. Clean pickup. But how much of a difference will that drop make? It was a big one because, again, it was Shubham Ranjane and make that Akash Gomel who was on strike. Just played down the ground. Single. And again, this is an over where there should have been a wicket taken. But he lives to fight another day, Akash Gomel. End of over number 11. The score is 90 for 2. Couple highlights again. Absolutely a long way to go here, but I think of the two teams, if you asked me for my win predictor, I'd say I have no idea because this can go either way. You have 2 strong batters at the crease, probably the one who you'd want to get rid of if you are the Dallas Xforia Giants. I'm sorry, the MetroPlex Tracers would be Akash Gomel. And an interesting change here. Now you turn to spin. Aryan Tamala. Aryan Tamala is a really good off spinner, but you do have 2 left, make that right-handers at the crease. And it's a curious move because you have 2 right-handers, so the ball in theory turns into them. But with the 70-yard boundary on the leg side, and the wind is not quite as strong as it was earlier, but the wind is still coming in from the west. So if the ball is going to be hit in the air to your right, it will be helped by the wind. And that's the power side of the 2 right-handed batters. Paddle around the corner, more runs here, 4 of them. Not much flourish in that shot, just helping it around the corner. Just essentially pivoting on that ball and just guiding it. More than a full-blooded shot, it was just a guide. Watch this, just helping it around the corner, and it runs away down the hill for another boundary. So you got yourself here off to a good start in over number 12. Dallas Xforia Giants, the economy rate is 8.38. The scoring rate that you need is 9.1. So you just need to up the scoring rate just a little bit. Look at that! That is a catch. Is that Ange Boje? It is Ange Boje, and he makes up for the drop earlier with a much more difficult catch. Cut away and taken. This ball is sinking as it gets to Ange Boje in that backward point area, and he takes the catch probably a couple of inches off the ground. I know I've said that a lot recently, but this is really a couple inches off the ground. Look at Ange Boje here, making up for things. That celebration tells you all you need to know, because, yes, any batter is going to feel, or any fielder is going to feel really horrible after you put a catch down, but he does make up for it here. Excellent work at backward point, Ange Boje, to dismiss Parvesh Ahuja. And so now that changes things just a little bit. 9-5 runs on the board, but now 3 wickets down. And with the fall of the 3rd wicket, that partnership worth 24. You get to start over again. The big fish is still there. Look at this again. Cut away. And this probably gives us a good angle of it here. Diving away to his right, Ange Boje, and getting essentially a very clean catch. So that makes you feel a lot better. 5 runs in the first 3 balls is not necessarily the most economical, but if part of those 5 balls or 5 runs includes a catch to dismiss Parvesh Ahuja. That is certainly in your favor. New batter is in. Rohan Raje, the man at the crease. Karshik Gomel at the non-strikers end, 23 from 16. Very full. Driven to the short extra cover area. No run. So the last 2 balls coming up here now in over number 12. 95 for 3. 79 needed in 50 balls. One ball remaining at that dot ball. Rohan Raje really feeling no urgency to play at that one. So the last ball coming up here. Good over on the way for Aryan Tamala. And once again, he lets it go through. So look at that. A 1 and a 4 from the first 2 balls, but then 4 dots after that to include a wicket. Big wicket of Parvesh Ahuja. And that is the end of over number 12. Last 8 coming up. 95 for 3, 79 needed for victory. So 95 for 3. Karshik Gomel 23 from 16. Rohan Raje, the man at the crease, facing up now to... Karshik Gomel will be facing up to Akhtar Shah. You have to start all over again. The partnership was looking promising between Karshik Gomel and Parvesh Ahuja. But that has now been broken. It's now Rohan Raje who's going to be asked to do some damage with the bat along with Karshik Gomel. That economy rate, or the required rate, is climbing up to 9.88. Helped into the leg side. Should be an easy 2. No, they choose not to go after that 2. And probably the reason you don't go after 2 is because of the presence of Nosh Kenjige in that spot. Very strong in that area. Nosh Kenjige can field effectively anywhere, but particularly dangerous in areas where a shy at the stumps is appropriate. Deadly accurate, more than capable of giving the batter something to think about. 96 runs on the board, 78 needed in the last 47 balls of this innings. Akhtar Shah into his 3rd over conceded 19 runs, so going at a run a ball exactly. Actually, not quite. Less than a run a ball, so we'll see exactly how he does the rest of the way here. Oh, peel for catch. What happened here? It came off of something. So no wide given, but not given out. So you can only assume that it flicked off of the pad, at least in the eyes of umpire Myron James. Let's see what we see here. Impossible to tell from that angle. May just have flicked the front pad on the way through. So that would be why umpire Myron James did not give it as a wide. But certainly not a wicket either. Down the ground for a single. So that's one of those where you have both the batting side and the bowling side upset. Bowling side wanted a wicket. The batting side wanted a wide. Neither has been satisfied by umpire Myron James. Karshik Gamel now 24 from 17. How much falls on his shoulders of Karshik Gamel? The fourth leading batter in the side. In the air, that's going to be toward the boundary. Shubham Ranjan after it. He will not get there. Goes away for 4. So Karshik Gamel now up to 28. And I started saying the fourth leading batter on the side statistically this season. 52 runs in 4 innings does not begin to say what type of batter Karshik Gamel is. The fact that his average is 26 tells me that in 4 innings he's been dismissed. In fact, he's only played 3 innings. Been dismissed once, or been dismissed twice, so that's why his average is 26. That's a bit of a quirk in the way cricket averages are scored, or calculated, I should say. And let me just drill down on that a little bit. The way that you calculate an average in cricket is the total number of runs divided by the number of times that you're out. So if you bat in the lower order, it can be a very deceptive statistic. A high level batter, meaning a batter who bats high up the order, his average is essentially reflective of what you'd expect from him every time he bats. A lower order batter who has the chance of being not out a lot, then that average can sometimes be deceptive. Having said all of that, Karshik Gamel is a much better batter than a 26 average would indicate. Historically, about the most dangerous batter in this side. Looks for the big hit. They'll get a single here. Captain Shubham Ranjana in that area. Single closes things out in over number 13. Heading to happy hour now. Going into the last several overs of the day. 14 overs. The 14th over is about to be bowled. And the last 42 balls coming up. 103 for 3, 71 needed for victory. Nush Kenjige back into the attack. As you see the summer there, 103 for 3, 71 needed in the next 42 balls. Economy rate, the required rate, up to 10.14. Looks for the scoop. A lot of appealing. Umpire McVin Frederick indicating that that came off of the glove of the batter. So not out LBW, but they don't get a run. So it's a dot to start over number 14. Things are getting more and more difficult. Look at this replay. See where this ball hits. Tries to scoop it. I believe that flicks just off of the glove before it goes onto the pad. So I think that's a good decision by umpire McVin Frederick. Nush Kenjige now into his 3rd over. Make that his 4th over. Saw him bowl overs 2, 4, and 6. So bowling during the power play, that is not an easy thing to do for any spinner, and particularly not a left-handed spinner. But Nush Kenjige has been what you needed from him. Maybe a little bit more expensive today than he was in previous days. 8 coming from the 1st over, 8 coming from the 2nd, and then 11 coming from the 3rd. But all in all, you've gone a lot better here. Now looking for ways to capitalize on this attack or this bowling spell by the veteran left-arm orthodox for the MetroPlex Tracers and the U.S. Of course, if you've watched cricket in this country for any length of time, you've also seen Nush Kenjige featuring at the highest level. So I'm featuring for MI New York in the recently completed Major League season. And just a brilliant and long-time servant of U.S. cricket. Played into the deep. They want 2. This is going to be risky. Oh, you've got to be kidding. You go to the other end and you have a wicket. Both batters are in the middle of the pitch. The throw went to the non-striker's end. Had that throw gone to the opposite end, he's absolutely stone dead. So he might consider himself very lucky here. Karshi Gomel had that throw gone immediately to the striker's end. He probably is gone by half the length of the pitch. So 3 singles in the air, not going to carry it to Akhtar Shah. 1 bounce, and you get another single. 1 ball remaining in over number 14. Going into the last 37 balls of this innings, 6 to 7 runs needed. So some work needed here. Skied in the air, and it goes all the way for 4. So I said some work needed. Well, you got the response there. Look at this delivery. Flat and pulled away into the deep. And it is Rohan Raja who cashes in on that last ball from Nush Kenjige, who generally is an excellent bowler, as I keep saying. That one may be dropping down a little bit too short. So, score is 1. In fact, it went all the way for 6. I thought I saw the umpire signal 4. I'd certainly want to confirm that. Goes in the scorebook as 6. Maybe we'll pick this up here. Pull away into the deep and didn't quite have it. That is a 4 that is being signaled, so I'm not sure why the scoreboard says 6. So unofficially the score is 113, I believe, or unofficially the score is 111. The scoreboard says 113. Oh, okay, we do get the note now that the umpire did change it from 4 to 6. So, my apologies, missed that live. So, 113 for 3 is your score. 61 runs needed in the last 36 balls. This will not be easy. Matthew Trump back into the attack. Sky, this is going to land in no man's land, I think. Just out of reach of the fielder running back from short third. Arshil Rajendra, the fielder, running back to pick that one up. So Matthew Trump now into his 3rd over. Third over being bowled here by Matthew Trump. You've seen Matthew Trump earlier with the bat, now doing it with the ball. The man behind the stumps is his twin brother Joshua, both featuring heavily, not just with this team, the MetroPlex Tracers, but if you drive about 120 yards west of here, 120 miles rather, west of here, you will find the World Cricket Initiative Academy, WCI. Both Joshua and Matthew Trump out of that academy, playing for years, not just here in the Houston area, but also in Austin. Look at this delivery again. Oh, this is very close to being a wide. You could argue either way. Maybe just going over the top of a leg stump, according to the opinion of umpire Marion James. Big hit. And did that go over the rope? I believe it did go over the rope. It did go for 6. So he's very dangerous, Rohan Raja. 10 from 11 before that shot, now up to 16 from 12. And Matthew Trump will want to know that that ball from that angle needs to be either a little bit wider or a little bit not quite as straight. And he might consider going around the wicket to create the angle to slant the ball across the right-handed hitter, because from over the wicket with the ball angling down in that direction, it could be hittable. Another big strike, another 6. Oh, this is now getting a little bit expensive. A lot more expensive than Matthew Trump will be happy with. So first you have a single, then a dot, but then consecutive 6s. means that you've brought yourself a lot closer to your target here. Rohan Raja, 22 from 13 now. That replay telling you all you need to know. And Shubham Ranjane telling his fast bowler, use your bowlers or use your fielders straight. I would not mind seeing him switch to a full and straight tactic. If you bowl that length and allow the batter to get underneath you, then it creates scoring opportunities. You've now gotten yourself in the position where the required rate is now down to 9. I don't know that you don't just switch to Yorker mode here for these last 2 balls. Full and straight, target the stumps. Even if it's a single down the ground, that's better than being pulled away square for 6. In the air, not going to carry. This is the captain himself, Shubham Ranjane. 14 from the over. That's a bit of a moral victory, getting out of that zone, only conceding a single. But you do now have to face up to Akarshit Gomel, who certainly wants in on the action. 32 from 22, who essentially has been relaxing at the other end for a while, but I think now looking to push on. 32 from 22, 4 fours. Down the ground, single. You'll accept that. So it started out very expensively in this over, Matthew Trump, but closes with 2 singles. 15 runs coming from the over. End of over number 15, last 5 coming up. 128 for 3. Check that, 127 for 3. So a couple of highlights from the last couple of overs. The first 2 balls make that the last 2 shots that you saw in that little highlight package were essentially deliveries that Matthew Trump would want to have back. The scoreboard says 127 for 3. Partnership building up to 32 from 21 balls. 23 of those 32 contributed, ironically, by the less accomplished of the batters. Aaron Tamala, full toss is what he starts with. It's just a single down into the deep. Keith Bolisette, the man in the deep, who cuts that one off. So a single to start here. 128 for 3 is the score. 46 needed in 29 balls. And this game is not over. My win predictor essentially is exactly 50-50. See what happens here the rest of the way, but there's a lot of work that needs to be done. Aaron Tamala, very full. That's the length that you want to bowl. He bowls that delivery better than most, particularly for a spinner. Gets that ball right in the block hole. Tried it the very first ball of this over, ended up with a low full toss. A low full toss is not the worst ball that you can bowl in a match. But Aaron Tamala typically bowls at Yorker perfectly well. Now bowling to Akarshit Gomel. Couple singles to start over number 15. Ooh, look for the low full toss again. 3 straight singles. If he had that ball to bowl over again, I think he'd prefer for it to be like the second ball of the over, Yorker length. Kind of gets away with that full toss. It was not quite as low as the very first one. But if you're in the position where you've conceded only 3 singles from over 16, you're net positive. Skied, who wants it? In the air for a long time. And did he take that? What an absolutely brilliant catch. Running back from the covers. I believe that is the captain himself, Shubham Ranjane, with a brilliant catch. Running back, looking over his shoulder. Look at this. This is never easy. Running back from the covers and looking over his shoulder, Shubham Ranjane, calling for it the entire way and then taking it. Absolutely brilliant stuff. You see the celebration there. That is a big wicket. That is the big wicket of Akarshik Gomel. This time he's dismissed. 33 from 25. Aaron Tamala takes the wicket. The score is 130 for 4. Oh, this is make or break time. Run Raja at the non-striker's end, 25 from 16, but the man striding to the crease is the captain, the wily left arm finger spinner, and in the context in which we operate now, a big hitter at the bottom of the innings, Harmeet Singh. If you go back 3 seasons ago, the inaugural season of Major League Cricket, and the draft held about 65, 70 miles from here in Clear Lake, Texas, at the Johnson Space Center. Harmeet Singh was the #1 pick in the inaugural Major League Cricket draft. And it is because he impacts the game in a variety of ways. Excellent bowler, excellent fielder, and in these circumstances, a fearsome hitter. So you're a bit out of the frying pan into the fire when you dismiss Akarshik Gomel, but then inherit this man at the crease. Aaron Tamala will have to be very careful here. Around the wicket. A low full toss can sometimes be the best of the deliveries that you can bowl in these circumstances. Punch down the ground for a couple, but the equation gets just that much more difficult. You're needing 10 runs and over from here. 42 in the next 25 balls. But Harmeet Singh can score 42 in 2 overs. Smoked into the gap at mid-wicket for 4. Cannot bowl that length, and he absolutely drills it, Harmeet Singh. And a huge gap out there between square leg and, let's call it, cow corner. And look at that, just sweeping that massively into that gap. Goes away for 4. So successful over from Aaron Tamala, 9 runs and a wicket. But the fact that Harmeet Singh is still there will cause some concern. End of over 16, last 4 coming up, 136 for 4. So this is the proverbial game time. Shubham Ranjan back into the attack. Drill down the ground for a single. Oh, in fact, it's right back to the bowler himself. No run. My apologies. So Shubham Ranjan, I made the point earlier that he needed to be very judicious in deciding when to bring himself in. Well, he is bowling now over number 17. This is his 3rd over. In theory, you would think that he'd also bowl over number 19. In a chase, over number 19 usually goes to your best bowler. One-handed strike into the leg side. And Nush Kenjige is the man off of the ropes at long on. Harmeet Singh back on strike. This is a big league matchup, and I don't mean that in a throwaway sense. Both of these men are major league players. Harmeet Singh and Shubham Ranjane, both superior talents, superior all-rounders, both captains of their side. So this is a high-level matchup in as many ways as possible. Harmeet Singh checking over his left, make that his right shoulder, looking to access that area on the leg side. That is, he gets away with this one. I thought for a second that would have been signaled as a wide. Not a wide, but also signaled as one short ball for the over. Harmeet Singh is protesting vehemently. vehemently wanting to, I think, appeal for a wide on height as well as on line. Oh, this is very close. I don't want to have a look at that again, but anyway, let's see. Huge hit. Catch it as a cry, unless Nush Kenjige is 10 feet tall. He cannot catch that. That goes for 6 straight down the ground. And this is the game situation. 9.3 is the required rate after that 6. It means that you win this game if you score 31 runs in the next 20 balls. Oh, looking at this replay, this is in the slot. I don't know if we have the chance to look at that again, but we'll see. Here's the next delivery from Shubham Ranjane. Another one. Where's that gone? Straight to Nush Kenjige. How big a wicket is that? Oh, you saw the reaction from Harmeet Singh the second he played the shot. Knew he didn't get anywhere near the middle of the bat, and it flies straight to Nush Kenjige, long off. One goes over his head for 6. The very next one lands safely in his grasp. That is the end of Harmeet Singh. How big a wicket is that one? 143 for 5. I don't know if we'll have a chance to look at this again. Look at Harmeet Singh's reaction after he plays the shot. There. That tells you that he knows he didn't get anywhere near the middle of it. And Nush Kenjige, the brilliant fielder that he is not going to put that down. He'll take those catches in his sleep, really. And you're now getting into the point of the innings. I mentioned that they're very top-heavy batting side. Arjun Mahesh, who is now coming to the crease, has his work cut out for him. But I think after you get through the heavy hitters, Arjun Mahesh is a really good young talent. Not quite a heavy hitter, and I don't know that you need to have 2 heavy hitters at the crease. But the man who is at the center of the action now is the man who's at the non-striker's end, Akarshik Gomel. 35 from 27, but it feels like it's all on his shoulders. Maybe not quite all on his shoulders. That's a bit pejorative as it relates to Arjun Mahesh and the other batters to come. But certainly if you're looking for big hits out of the ground, you get the sense that it needs to be the man who's now at the non-striker's end. So maybe here, if you are Arjun Mahesh, you're looking for an even number of runs. You can even take a 2 or 4, but you want for your captain to be on strike, and that's not what they do. At the striker's end, do they come back for the second run? No. It's interesting. I thought they would have conceded an even number of runs there, because it does mean that Akarshik Gomel remains the non-striker. 8 runs and a wicket in over number 17. Look at this replay again. Tapped it into the offside. I thought for a split second, look at this, easily home, even that if that had been a direct hit. But more to the point, I thought it would be Akarshik Gomel who was remaining on strike. Anyway, Matthew Trump coming back on now to bowl his last over number 18. In theory, it would be captain Shubham Ranjane who bowls over number 19, and then one of Akhtar Shah or one of the spinners, Arshil Rajendra Aryan Tamala, to bowl the last over. I can't see them introducing a new bowler at this stage. This is an interesting move because, yes, you're going to have 3 overs left. 2 of them will be pace. Who bowls that third or that last over? Over 18 about to be bowled by Matthew Trump. 19 certainly would be bowled by the captain, Shubham Ranjane. What happens here? Arjun Mahesh, 1 from 1. He's back on strike. A battle of 2 youngsters here. In the air, down the ground, catchable, and put down. Oh my goodness. About the most catchable ball that you'd hope to have, and that is put down by Gurneet Singh Johal on the boundary. This is a very catchable ball, and it really should have been taken. Simple, very simple catch, but he puts it down. And so you miss out on the wicket, and you have now Akarshik Gomel on strike. So it hurts you in two ways. Akarshik Gomel now facing up to Matthew Trump. Down the ground, catch it is the cry. He will not catch it. It goes for 6. So things go from bad to worse here for the MetroPlex Tracers. The required rate continues to come down. Middle this one, Akarshik Gomel. And if you're Matthew Trump, you really just want to switch to Yorker mode. You want this ball to be in essentially pitching on the popping crease. You see that line right in front of the batter. You want the ball to be pitching there. Don't want it to be anything shorter than that, because if you give Akarshik Gomel the chance to hit you down the ground, he'll do exactly that. If you give him the chance to play a cross-batted shot, he'll do that. Has to be full and straight. Down the ground. This is not quite as full as he wanted it to, but I think that's more the idea. You do not want for Akarshik Gomel to get underneath your deliveries. If you allow him to get under it, then it goes out of the ground for 6. If it's short enough that he can play a cross-batted shot, he can do that as well. So he absolutely needs to be dealt with in such a way that only concedes singles. 22 needed from 14 balls. This will be a leg by. I said 14 balls. Now it's 14, and this is going to be a leg by, I believe. So leg by. 14 balls remaining. 21 runs to get. Required rate of 9. But maybe we stop talking about the required rate and just look at the balls and the runs needed. Matthew Trump here needs to bowl the 2 best Yorkers that he has in his arsenal. Oh, that will not help. I like the length that he bowled, but the line is too straight going down the leg side. That is wide number 3 for the day, believe it or not. Haven't had a lot of wides, but when I say for the day, I mean bowled by the MetroPlex Tracers. But that does mean you have an extra ball and you've conceded an extra run. Still 2 balls remaining. Full and straight. Absolutely full and straight. That's the ball that you need to bowl. Play it down the ground. You can concede those all day. Now, the last ball of the over and the last ball of your spell for Matthew Trump. Bowling to Arjun Mahesh, I would not change the plan. Full and straight is the name of the game. Cannot allow either of these batters to get underneath you. And the field that is being set signifies that it's going to be full and straight. Fine leg inside the circle. Third inside the circle. Deep men at straight and wide. So full and straight is the plan. Gets it again in the air. Catchable. Nush Kenjige never will drop this. Simple as you like. Catch goes down. That is wicket number 6. So Arjun Mahesh throws his bat a little while he's out there, is finally dismissed. More to the point, in the last 12 balls, it will be Akarshik Gomel on strike. Looking at this replay again, pretty straightforward catch. Nush Kenjige, never in 100 years would he drop that. So wicket number 6 falls with the score in 155. A 12-run partnership, a little mini partnership, if you will. But now this becomes a moment in the game. The man striding to the crease is Ehsan Adil. It's less about who is coming to the crease in the form of Ehsan Adil and more who is on strike, because the man on strike is Akarshik Gomel. Akarshik Gomel has 43 against his name, 30 runs scored. 30 balls faced is what I mean, my apologies. But look at what you're looking at here. Akarshik Gomel, 43 from 30, 4 fours and a 6. And this is yet another big matchup in this game. It is going to be the captain, Shubham Ranjane, to bowl the last over, his last over, the penultimate over of the innings. Again, in situations like this where a side is chasing, The penultimate over typically goes to the best bowler. So not surprising that Shubham Ranjane is using himself here. 19 runs needed for victory in the last two. And this is not going to be easy. Akarshit Gomel facing up against Shubham Ranjane. Down the ground should just be one. Matthew Trump, your two best catchers are straight. Matthew Trump and Nosh Kenjige. So that tells you, once again, that the plan is likely to be full and straight. Again, looking at the field, short fine leg is in position, short third is in position. So you're not expecting anything to go behind the wicket. You're looking to go full and straight. Even to Ehsan Adil, you don't expect him to play a scoop shot. In the air, how catchable is this? Over the top for 6. Oh my! Well, it was full, but not quite straight. A little bit of width offered, and Ehsan Adil cashes in. Look at this. The width is there. That is a 5th stump line, and Ehsan Adil cashes in over the top of extra cover for 6. Well, he's primarily a bowler, but he has played test cricket at the highest level. So Ehsan Adil has been around the block a few times, and you have to treat him like a batter. Have to target the stumps here. That is a wide. That does not help. Boy, the advantage has swung completely in favor of the Dallas Xforia Giants here. 10 runs needed from 9 balls to be faced. Things become that much more difficult. If you are Ehsan Adil, you've gotten a few runs already, probably more than you expected in this over. So you don't mind just tapping the ball into the offside to pick up a single here. Oh, he's not looking to tap the ball anywhere. It's down the ground. Don't think they'll look for a second run, though, because the man who is now on strike is obviously the more accomplished of the batting pair. 165 runs on the board. Last 8 balls, 9 runs needed. Can this be any closer? But you'd have to think the advantage is with the batting side here. You see that replay again. Just a 5th stump line. Shubham Ranjane getting it just a little too wide. And here's the matchup. You're not done yet. Down the ground. Should just be a single. Nosh Kenjige. 8 from the last 7. It is coming down to the wire. Do we have a super over in the offing? 166 for 6 after that single. And boy, things are becoming more and more tricky. Shubham Ranjane needs to bowl the best ball that he can here, the best Yorker that he can to get right through. High, handsome, and 6. I don't know that a short ball would have been the best one to bowl in that circumstance. It is spanked away by Ehsan Adil. 17 runs come from over number 19. Look at that shot. Full and straight, I think, would have been a better option. But that leaves you within 2 runs of victory if Shubham Ranjane has that to do again. Matter of fact, that is the 5th ball of the over. I may have missed the ball. My apologies. Oh, there was a wide. You got the wide. But, here we go. 5th ball of the over. So the last ball coming up here. Goes for the big swipe and a miss. Misses out on that, but what an over for the Dallas Xforia Giants. They take the best bowler to task. Shubham Ranjane conceding 17 runs in his final over. And so with the last 6 balls, all you need is 2 runs, and it is Akarshit Gomel who is on strike. Ehsan Adil, that last number on your bottom right in the red, 13 from 4 balls, 2 big 6s. And boy, I'll tell you, things become that much more difficult. Just 2 runs remaining for victory. Actually, now 3 runs remaining for victory, according to the scorecard, because now, let's just say we'll go by what the scorecard says. 3 runs remaining for victory from the last over. So a whole lot going on, a lot of different moving parts, but I think the big picture is that you need 3 runs for victory. 171 for 6, 19 overs bowled, 3 runs, 3 measly runs, and it's going to be Arshil Rajendra. And this answers the question that we asked earlier: who's going to be the bowler to bowl the last over? Well, it's Arshil Rajendra bowling to Akarshik Gomel. Can he somehow pull a rabbit out of a hat and keep Akarshik Gomel from scoring 3 runs? Down the ground, this is at least 2 of them. It's 4 of them. That is the end of the game. That is all you needed to close things out. Straight down the ground. Akarshik Gomel, pity for him, he did not get to his 50. He deserves it. 49 from 33. But what a chase for the Dallas Xforia Giants. They were struggling there for a bit, but the lower middle order does the job. Look at that. Straight down the ground and a couple of bounces, and it goes all the way for 4. So mention of how dangerous a batter Akarshik Gomel is. He proves it here. 175 is what you end up with for 6. The end result is that you win by the margin of 4 wickets, the Dallas Xforia Giants. So the full scorecard: Smith Patel 44 from 30, Shayan Jahangir 15 from 14, Akarshik Gomel deserved 50, 49 from 33. Parvesh Ahuja 11 from 9, Rohan Raja 24 from 16, Harmeet Singh 12 from 5, Arjun Mahesh 3 from 4. But Esa Nadil did not expect, I think, to show up at the ground today and play a part in a good batting partnership. The bowlers were more expensive than they wanted to have been. Shubham Ranjane, 37 runs conceded from 4 overs, but 17 came from that last over. Nash Kenjige a little bit more expensive than he'd prefer to be than the other bowlers. Aaron Tamala, probably the best of the bowlers on the day. 2 overs for 14, 2 for 14. But let's look at the highlights. They started out relatively slowly, and you saw that shot there. Nash Kenjige, to me, was the best bowler up front, but not quite as well toward the back end of the innings. This is a good catch by Matthew Trump. Excellent diving catch in the deep. And I think on balance, the middle order came to the party. Smith Patel dismissed relatively easily. You see a couple of good shots there from him. That is bang in front. Matthew Trump with the dismissal. And down the ground, you saw some big hitting, including one that went down the leg side. You want to see your bowlers bowling a little bit more accurately. That was a great catch by Ansh Boje, and a catch down the ground. But the hitting down the order, to me, is what finished things off here. A couple of lusty blows off Matthew Trump, and then that skied in the air. This is a great catch running back by the captain, Shubham Ranjane. And Harmeet Singh sweeping it away powerfully, that one going down the ground. But this next one, catch by Nash Kenjige. And this last over, though, bowled by Shubham Ranjane, the catch by Nash Kenjige there. But here, that is 6 over extra cover, and then that short delivery for 6, and finally 4 down the ground to close things out. So the Xforia Giants end up winning this match, and that gives us a chance to look at the chart, the points table, because that would have changed a number of ways. The Chicago Kingsmen 10 points at the top of the table. Kings 11 Dallas winning today down in Pearland, also 10 points. Dallas Xforia Giants losing this one, or winning this one rather. They have 9 points. MetroPlex Tracers losing this, they have 8 points. So 2 points separate the number 1 from the number 4. And as a reminder, the Chicago Kingsmen and the Kings 11 Dallas is who would go into the playoffs if they started today. The top 2 teams make it all the way through to the playoffs. So a lot to play for. Pay attention, ladies and gentlemen. More cricket coming your way tomorrow, this time from the Kingsman Arena down in Pearland, Texas. Join us tomorrow morning for 2 excellent Central Division matchups. We'll look at the schedule here tomorrow. It's going to be the Michigan Cricket Stars against the Chicago Kingsmen. Big game there. The ramifications are huge. And also you'll find in tomorrow afternoon's action the Xforia Giants against the Lone Star Athletics. A lot to play for. Effectively, the playoffs start this weekend. So, lot going on, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for being here. Pleasure to have brought you the games this weekend here at the Prairie View Cricket Complex. It means, just as a reminder, the action that you saw here, the Dallas Xforia Giants taking victory by the margin of 4 wickets. Karshik Gomel, Smith Patel, the heroes with the bat, and a lot of action. Stay tuned. You'll see all of the action here the rest of the way. For now, good night and good luck.